The prayer for the day will be offered by the good delegate representing Frederick and Carroll counties.
Good morning, everyone. Please bow your heads. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day. We thank you that we've made it to Saturday and that we only have one day left. We pray that you give grace to our families as we finish up these last long days. We thank especially the Amendments Office as we torture them over the next 2 days. And we thank them for all of their hard work. Let's just remember that we are friends and that we're all fighting for the same things and that we are always respectful. And I appreciate every one of you. In his name, amen.
Amen. Quorum call.
Madam Speaker.
Has everyone recorded their presence? So the clerk will take the call. There being 131 members present, the House is now in session. The clerk will read the journal from the previous day.
Annapolis, Maryland, March the 21st, 2025.
Recognizing the Deputy Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Move so much be considered the reading of the journal.
So ordered. Petitions, memorials, and other papers. Message from the Senate, consent calendar number 31. Senate bills introduced in the House. The clerk will read the first bill and committee assignment.
Senate Bill 216, Chair, Senate Finance Committee, House Rules.
Recognizing the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So much be considered the reading of Senate Bill 216, be considered the reading for all the bills on the calendar.
Hearing no objection, the bills are read the first time and referred to the appropriate committees. Yea and nay, consent calendar number 8. House bills passed in the Senate. Clerk will read the first bill.
House Bill 41.
Recognizing the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So much be considered the reading of House Bill 41, be considered the reading for all the bills on the calendar.
So ordered. Yea and nay, consent calendars number 9. House bills passed in the Senate. Clerk will read the first bill.
House Bill 226.
Recognizing the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So much be considered the reading of House Bill 226, be considered the reading for all the bills on the calendar.
So ordered. House bill amended in the Senate, House Bill 185. The clerk will read the bill and the Senate amendments.
House Bill 185, Therapeutic Child Care Grant Program Funding Alterations, Amendment number 1.
Who's the committee chair? Recognizing the committee chair.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Move not to concur with the Senate amendments.
The motion before the House is to not concur in the Senate amendments. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. The amendments are rejected. The clerk will read the message to the Senate.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, the House of Delegates refused to concur in the Senate amendments and respectfully request the Senate recede from its position. Should the Senate prefer a conference committee to confer the disagreeing votes of the two houses, the House appoints Delegate Carr, Chair, Delegate Wims, and Delegate Miracle North. Said bill is returned herewith.
House bill amended in the Senate. House Bill 292. The clerk will read the bill and the Senate amendments.
House Bill 292, Cooperative Housing Corporations, Condominiums, and Homeowners Associations, Funding of Reserve Accounts, and Preparation of Funding Plans, Amendment number 1.
Recognizing the committee chair.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Move not to concur with the Senate amendments.
The motion for the House is to not concur in the Senate amendments. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. The amendments are rejected. Clerk will read the message to the Senate.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, the House of Delegates refused to concur in the Senate amendments and respectfully request the Senate recede from its position. Should the Senate prefer a conference committee to confer the disagreeing votes of the two houses, the House appoints Delegate Holmes, Chair, Delegate Stewart, and Delegate Nomraki. Said bill is returned herewith.
Messages. Senate Bill number 814. The clerk will read the bill.
Senate Bill 814, Local Government Development Impact Fees, Surcharges, and Excise Taxes, Reporting, Amendment number 1.
Clerk will read the message from the Senate.
Ladies and gentlemen of the House of Delegates, the Senate refused to concur in the House amendments and respectfully request the House recede from its position. Should the House prefer a conference committee to confer the disagreeing votes of the two houses, the Senate appoints Senator M. Jackson, Chair, Senator Heddleman, Senator Salling. Said bill is returned herewith.
Recognizing the chair of the committee.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. With my apologies, move to recede.
It's not the worst thing in the world. Goodness. The motion before the House is to recede in the House amendments. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. The House has receded. The clerk will call the roll for a third reading and final passage.
Madam Speaker?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone care to change their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. There being 133 votes in the affirmative, Senate Bill 814, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Clerk will read the message to the Senate.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, the House of Delegates recedes from its position on Senate Bill 814. Said bill is returned herewith.
Report of the Committee on Economic Matters, report number 32. Clerk will read the first bill.
Senate Bill 51, Accountants Licensed Out-of-State Practice Privileges, Qualifications, favorable.
Question for the House is the adoption of the favorable report. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Favorable report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered passed to third reading. Clerk, read next bill.
Senate Bill 529, Business Occupations and Professions, Professional Engineers, Examination, favorable.
Question for the House is the adoption of the favorable report. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Favorable report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered passed to third reading. Clerk, read next bill.
Senate Bill 834, Vehicle Laws, Manufacturers and Dealers, Prices Listed on Dealer Websites, favorable.
Question for the House is the adoption of the favorable report. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Favorable report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or to its title? Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would the committee chair or the floor leader rise for a minute? Thank you.
Floor leader.
Thank you. Good morning. This is a bill that didn't have a cross-file. I really haven't had an opportunity to take a look at the bill. Would the committee mind if we special ordered the bill until the appropriate time on Monday?
How about later today?
Oh, if we're going to go later today,
I don't know.
you tell
The
me
end
the
of the
appropriate time. I
session?
don't know if we'll have a second session or what the plan is, but
All right,
to the second
Thank you.
session today. Thank you.
if there is one, thank you.
The question before the House is Special Order Senate Bill 834 until the appropriate time, end of session, of this session. All in favor signify. Look, don't get me confused. Change it. All right, we'll be next session. You're sure? Okay, good. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Bill will be special order to the next session. Clerk will read the next bill.
Senate Bill 844, Maryland Self-Service Storage Act, Sale of Personal Property in Satisfaction of Lien, Notice Requirements, favorable.
Question for the House is the adoption of the favorable report. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Favorable report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered passed to third reading. Clerk, read next bill.
Senate Bill 894, Office of Social Equity, Community Reinvestment and Repair Fund Modifications, favorable.
question before the House is the adoption of the favorable report. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. The favorable report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or to its title?
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Just had some questions for the floor leader.
Good morning.
Hey, good morning.
Floor leader.
Also, Office of Social Equity, what are we equalizing?
What are we equalizing? Okay, so let me just refresh your memory. In 2023, this body passed a legislation called the Cannabis Reform Act to establish the Office of Social Equity, among other things, and the Community Reinvestment and Repair Fund. The purpose of the fund is to use a portion of the sales tax revenue from adult use of cannabis to help those communities that have been disproportionately affected by war on drugs. So it's equal to approximately 1/3 of the total fund, and I can get into details about the fund, but that's the purpose of the fund administered by this office.
Okay, so we have set all that up a couple of years ago. What is the bill doing now?
The bill, as amended, would require this new Office of Social Equity to oversee the distribution and the use of local counties, this special fund, which is a portion of the sales tax revenue to help the communities we intend to help. Because oftentimes the fund gets distributed to local counties who then distribute to community-based organizations. But as of now, there's no clarity and no guidance about how they should use the fund. And so we're just simply clarifying and providing some basic parameters of how the fund should be used, and then ask the Office of Social Equity to train those CBOs, community-based organizations, so they know how to use the fund to help the communities.
So money's collected from the tax, from the cannabis fund. If
Sales,
the fund,
yes.
a portion of that money goes to the Office of Social Equity, and then Social Equity redistributes that. Is it prescriptive of where that money's going, or is it shared equally between the counties, or is it geographic based? What decides where that money goes?
Yeah, you asked several questions, so let me just break it down. So the money is collected by the Comptroller's Office as the fiduciary of the fund. That they physically cuts the check, metaphorically speaking, right? So the OSE simply oversees that portion of the fund that is intended for CRF, the Community Reinvestment and the Repair Fund, to make sure that they are used appropriately by the CBOs in different counties. And to answer your other question about whether it's distributed equally, no, it's distributed equitably based on the number of arrests and the charges in each counties. So for example, across 24 jurisdictions, the city of Baltimore has the highest number of arrests and charges under the name of war on drugs historically, so they would receive a larger portion of the fund to help the communities. Montgomery County, for example, makes a small portion, much smaller portion of that, so our portion will be a lot smaller.
Okay, so I understand. So
Yeah.
I think I understand. So the areas on the war on drugs where we used to have cannabis laws, where people are getting locked up, wherever the most arrests occurred, that's where the money's going.
That's right.
Okay, thank you for
Yes.
that clarification.
Sure.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you.
Are there any amendments to the bill or to its title? You have an amendment?
Madam Speaker, I have a question, please. Would the floor leader
Floor
rise?
leader.
Thank you, Madam
Good morning.
Speaker. Good morning. I notice in the fiscal note, it says that this new commission or office is going to be allocated $800,000 for administrative costs the first year and $1.1 million every year after that. Is that still the case?
Yeah, this fiscal note needs to be updated because we made several amendments. So please disregard whatever the numerical indications are. It has several changes that's no longer reflected by the fiscal note. But yes, the office is under the Maryland Cannabis Administration. It does have its own staff and a budget, and it's a new office, and this fund is part of the mandate of the office.
Well, I think this is on second reader. By third reader, if you could please provide us with, and I will stand up and ask, or you can, let the body know, if it is really going to cost $1 million a year for administrative costs for this fund.
Yeah, we'll clarify this for you about the office's own budget, but it is an independent office. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered passed to third reading. Report of the Committee on Economic Matters, report number 34. Clerk will read the first bill.
Senate Bill 571, Anne Arundel County Class A off-sale and Class D off-sale licenses, population ratio quote, favorable. Sorry.
That's okay. Question for the House is the adoption of the favorable report. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Favorable report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered past the third reading. Clerk will read the next bill.
Senate Bill 1013, Baltimore City Alcoholic Beverages License Extension, favorable.
Question for the House is the adoption of the favorable report. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. The favorable report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered past the third reading. Clerk will read the next bill.
Senate Bill 1039, Alcoholic Beverages Class 5 Breweries On-Premises Consumption, favorable.
Question for the House is the adoption of the favorable report. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Favorable report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered past the third reading. Report of the Committee on Environment and Transportation, report number 39. Clerk will read the first bill.
Senate Bill 117, Environment Bay Restoration Fund Septic System Upgrade Program, favorable.
Question for the House is the adoption of the favorable report. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Favorable report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered past the third reading. Clerk, read next bill.
Senate Bill 168, Confined Aquatic Disposal Cells Construction Moratorium, favorable.
Question before the House is the adoption of the favorable report. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. The favorable report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or to its title?
Madam Speaker,
You have an amendment?
I just have a question for the floor leader.
Floor leader.
Good morning.
Hi, good morning. Could you just tell me what a confined aquatic disposal cell is?
Well, it's this mechanism whereby basically a hole is dug into the bay floor or the harbor floor, and then dredge material is inserted into it for the purpose of containing it.
For the purpose of what?
For the purpose of containing the dredge material.
Interesting. Okay, so it's instead of like putting it on an island, or sometimes we'll create these islands, we're going to dig down into the bed of and then put all the dredge material down there.
That's right. It is.
We are not doing that.
We're not doing that. It's a moratorium for 4 years.
Good, because it sounded like a horrible idea. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Are there any amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered past the third reading. Clerk, read next bill.
Senate Bill 871, Department of the Environment, Community Water and Sewerage Systems, Cybersecurity Planning and Assessments, favorable.
Question for the House is the adoption of the favorable report. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Favorable report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered past the third reading. Clerk, read next bill.
Senate Bill 968, Howard County, Patuxent River Wildland, Use of Mechanical or Motorized Equipment, favorable.
Question before the House is the adoption of the favorable report. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Favorable report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered passed with third reading. Report of the Committee on Appropriations, report number 27. The clerk will read the bill.
Senate Bill 833, Department of Human Services, Study on Private Treatment Foster Care Homes, favorable.
Question before the House is the adoption of the favorable report. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Favorable report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered past the third reading. Report of the Committee on Economic Matters, report number 33. Clerk will read the first bill.
House Bill 1364, Office of Social Equity, Community Reinvestment and Repair Fund Advisory Board and Modifications. Favor of the amendments. Amendment number 1.
Recognizing the floor leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Move so much be considered reading of the amendments.
So ordered.
Amendment number 1 is technical. Amendment number 2 strikes language that would have established an advisory board. Transferred the administration of the fund from the comptroller to the Office of Social Equity, and prohibited a county from using a third party for administration of the fund. Move the amendments.
Question for the House is the adoption of the amendments. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Amendments have been adopted. Question now is adoption of the favorable report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. The favorable report is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered printed for third reading. Clerk will read next bill.
Senate Bill 561, Corporations and Associations, Electric Cooperatives, Non-Cheat Capital Credits. Favor of the amendments. Amendment 1.
Recognizing the floor leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Be so much be considered the reading amendments.
So ordered.
Amendment number 1 is clarifying. Please move the amendment.
Question for the House is the adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. The amendment has been adopted. Question now is the adoption of the favorable report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Favorable report is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered past the third reading. Report of the Committee on Economic Matters, report number 35. Clerk will read the first bill.
Senate Bill 662, Baltimore City 46th Alcoholic Beverages District licenses. Favor of the amendments. Amendment number 1.
Recognizing the floor leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Move so much be considered the reading of the amendments.
So ordered.
As amended, Senate Bill 662 authorizes the Board of License Commissioners to issue a license in or approve of the transfer of a license to a location in the 46th Alcoholic Beverages District. Amendment number 1 is technical. Amendment number 2 authorizes the board to provide a waiver from certain requirements for a restaurant within a certain area, expands the application of a certain requirement for a memorandum of understanding, and adds a 5-year sunset date to certain licenses in Harbor Place. Move the amendments, Madam Speaker.
Question for the House is the adoption of the amendments. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. The amendments have been adopted. Question now is adoption of the favorable report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Favorable report is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered past the third reading. Clerk will read next bill.
Senate Bill 972, Anne Arundel County Board of License Commissioners alterations. Favor of the amendments. Amendment number 1.
Recognizing the floor leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Move so much be considered the reading of the amendments.
So ordered.
As amended, Senate Bill 972 increases from 3 to 5 the number of members of the Anne Arundel County Board of License Commissioners. Amendment number 1 is technical. Amendment number 2 alters the sum of the membership and appointment requirements in the bill and removes the fines that were originally in the bill. Move the amendments, Madam Speaker.
Certainly. The question before the House is the adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. The amendment has been adopted. Question now is adoption of the favorable report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Favorable report is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered past the third reading. Report of the Committee on Environment and Transportation, report number 40. Clerk will read the first bill.
Senate Bill 600, Baltimore City Stop Sign Monitoring Systems, authorization of pilot program. Favor of the amendments. Amendment number 1.
Recognizing the floor leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Move so much be considered the reading of the amendments.
So ordered.
The amendments add the 45th and 46th Legislative District in Baltimore City, plus the city of Tacoma Park to the existing Prince George's County pilot program. Move the amendments.
Question for the House is the adoption of the amendments. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Amendments have been adopted. Question now is the adoption of the favorable report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Favorable report is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered past the third reading. Clerk, read the next bill.
Senate Bill 856, Mold Landlord Requirements and Regulations, Maryland Tenant Mold Protection Act. Favorable amendments. Amendment number 1.
Recognizing the floor leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So much be considered the reading of the amendments.
So ordered.
The amendments specify that the bill may not be construed to require local governments or local health departments to conduct mold assessments or remediations. However, if a local government owns or manages residential property, the local government or local housing authority must comply with the bill's requirements with respect to the residential property. Move the amendments, Madam Speaker.
Question for the House is the adoption of the amendments. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Amendment has been adopted. Question now is adoption of the favorable report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Favorable report is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill or to its title? Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Could the floor leader rise for a question or two?
Floor leader.
Morning.
So only for the purpose of deciding whether or not I would want to do an amendment on third reader, could you just briefly tell me what this bill does? I see mold, and it's a very charged topic when it comes to current events and landlord-tenant. So maybe we just start with how are we defining mold?
Mold is to be it's defined, the mold is defined in the bill on page 2, line 16. And what the bill does is it requires certain that the landlord provide information to tenants about mold. If a tenant provides a complaint that to the landlord that they believe an assessment and/or mold remediation needs to be done, then the landlord is obligated to do that.
Mr. Floor Leader, out of disrespect to this, would you mind if I did, as a minority leader did on a different bill, just special order it to the end of this calendar so I can read it?
Community Chair.
To the end of the calendar? I mean,
End of this calendar. So, for example, if I wanted to offer an amendment, I'd like to at least get some questions answered. I've not looked. Yeah.
Sorry, Delegate. This bill's on second reader. It's an SB, so you can amend it on third reader. So why don't we just let the process continue? You have plenty of opportunity to read it and amend it on third reader.
Okay, so back to the mold question. I guess I need to get that final answer. I mean, I know there's black mold. I understand there's mildew, and I mean these are subjects of interest to me as it relates to what this bill's actually addressing or trying to address.
Yeah, the department will be coming up with standards to identify and to provide recommendations for remediation by the landlord based on the actual mold that is growing within an apartment.
Are you saying that under the bill we're not describing what it is we're actually trying to resolve here? I mean,
no, there is a definition of mold in the bill, but in terms of what type of mold or based on the presence of mold, what type of remediation needs to be done by the landlord, that will be identified in regulations that the department issues.
Well, the only way I can interpret what you just said is that all types of mold, and frankly, a lot of tenants think mildew's mold would apply here, and I'm trying to understand if that's the legislative intent here, is to not be prescriptive about what we're actually trying to do here.
Delegate, my understanding is that not every siting of any potential mold requires remediation, but the regulations will identify what mold is potentially harmful and what remediation steps need to be done.
So is there an element of this where a tenant is going to be making a complaint? Is that part of this bill? In other words, is this setting up a mechanism for that?
Yes.
Okay. What if a complaint is made not in good faith, or complaints made because the shower stall's got some mildew on it and the tenant says it's mold, and here comes the complaint? So what happens if a complaint is made in either bad faith or a complaint's made and it's not actually mold?
Well, the standards that the department will come up with would determine whether something like you identified, there just happens to be mold in the shower that is harmless, that doesn't require remediation, standards would specify whether the landlord needs to respond to that or not.
So again, we're drawing a bill and then we're asking the department to define the structure of the complaint mechanism and what happens when there's a complaint made not in good faith. In other words, it wouldn't be hard for a tenant to take something like this and just make a complaint, and it's not mold, but they understand the problem here that they could address by making life difficult for the landlord. That's what I'm trying.
If the tenant makes a complaint that to the landlord, and it's obvious that it's not something that's covered under this bill and covered under the regulations that the department has issued, the landlord's not under any responsibility to remediate what is not covered. I mean, again, if you're hypothetically, if you're talking about just mildew in a shower, after a week's use of the shower, then that, I'm not saying definitively, but my guess would be that's not mold that's covered by the bill. So if a tenant makes a complaint to the landlord about that, landlord would come out, do an inspection, and say, that's just mildew, it doesn't require any remediation.
Last question is, under the bill, at least what I'm reading, there's a 15-day period. Could you describe, if that's still in the bill, and if it is, what's the 15-day period actually requiring of the landlord?
After receipt of a complaint by a tenant, the landlord has to do their assessment.
Does that assessment require getting a third party to do a inspection and or a test?
No, it does not.
Okay. Thank you for answering the questions.
Madam.
Yes.
Would Floor Leader ask for a question?
Floor Leader.
Just following that lead, so somebody makes a complaint that they have mold in their house. You originally said that I could, as a landlord, I could go out there and say, no, that's mildew, and it's fine. They make another complaint. There's no, you also said something about I have to get an expert out there too. Can you explain that again?
No.
So I walk into a rental property that somebody said something to me about. I say, no, that's not mold, and it is mold. What happens?
I'm sorry, what's your question again? Repeat that.
If I go into you just said that I can walk in to make the determination as a landlord that it's mildew or whatever. So I walk in and I determine it's not mold and I walk out, and it turns out 3 more complaints down the road it is mold. What happens?
The tenant, if the tenant believes that the landlord's determination is incorrect, they can take the landlord to landlord-tenant court.
Okay, so I guess my question would be is, when it gets to that point, I have to hire an expert. Who hires that expert, me or them?
Even for purposes of
determining if it's mold or not.
Yeah, I would imagine it would be up to the standards of whatever court a complaint is filed in, that you probably, my guess is, you would have to have an expert submit a report saying that yes, this is mold that is subject to the law, that is covered by the regulations that MDE has issued.
Okay, all right, thank you for the question.
Can I speak?
Yes.
Thank you. I have a couple that was kind of sparking my interest on some of my concerns. If the floor leader could answer a few questions. Thank you. So does this building, or does this cover colleges, either public or private? I know a lot of times they have apartments and you have to sign leases and things like that. And there's been a lot of issues, particularly in my area with the colleges. Does that apply to any of the apartments on campus that they sign leases for? I mean, I'm assuming it applies to the off-campus ones.
If it's housing where an individual signs a lease, then yes.
Okay, so but if it's, all right, so I have to find out then if they sign leases on the apartments on campus then. All right, I had to see if that's a lease. Okay, and then would it apply to like nursing homes with housing or anything like that?
If there is a landlord-tenant relationship, and delegate, I'm not sure, in the case of a nursing home or assisted living facility, if there is a landlord-tenant relationship, but if there is, then yes, it would be covered by this bill.
How about any kind of like schools that we have with dorms, any kind of like public housing or any kind of situations where we have, we put students into those situations?
Public housing is covered.
Okay. And then how about like schools with dorms where it's like a public school or Department of Juvenile Services that has dorms, things like that? A detention facility or anything that has housing?
Yeah, Delegate, we believe in any sort of relationship like what you're describing, that yes, it would be subject to the bill.
Okay, thank you. And then how about military housing?
Yes, I mean, because in that case, you're talking about a barrack situation or off base?
We have situations with both. I imagine off base, they sign a landlord tenant.
Right.
But on base, there's a lot of houses and things like that, and definitely a lot of apartments that they have.
I'm sorry, I missed your last point, Delegate.
Oh, I'm just saying they have a lot of apartment and housing situations on
Yes.
base too, but
Sure.
those are
Yes.
of course federal. So
That
it
would
would
be
apply if they have the base in Maryland. This would apply.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Speaker?
Yes.
Hi. Okay, I just had a question. So when I bought my farmhouse, it had a basement that used to be like a root cellar that had a cold storage originally. So it intentionally, when they built it, ran water through it. So it would all the time flood. It was by design. Of course, we didn't like that. We didn't need it to do that anymore. But there's a lot of homes that were built like that, and the humidity, when that happens, naturally rises very high in the home. What would there be some kind of penalty for homes that were built like that? I mean, many homes in the 1800s have that.
Not homes? I mean, if there's no landlord-tenant relationship, then if it's
Well, I
just
mean,
home...
if I rent it. So if I rented, let's say I owned a couple of homes that were from the 1800s, all of them had these cold storage cellars that filled with water and then would abate. But it does cause, I mean, I used to track the humidity in my home because it actually had an effect on me. I didn't like it that much, so I would try to run a dehumidifier, things like that. So what's the appropriate remedy for folks that have homes that are old like that are renting them out?
Delegate, it would really depend on the MDE regulations as to whether what is growing in your basement is deemed to be harmful mold.
Oh, well, there was no mold, but the water would come and go and cause high humidity. So I saw in the bill that there was a reference to just humidity levels alone. Yeah, mold wouldn't grow because it was complicated, but mold didn't grow.
I mean, humidity as a independent condition is not prohibited.
Okay, so that's not in the bill? I thought there was a qualifier that they could file a complaint just for humidity levels.
No, that's not the case.
Okay, wonderful, thank you.
Are there any additional amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered past the third reading. Report of the Committee on Environment and Report of the Committee on Environment and Transportation, report number 41. The clerk will read the first bill.
House Bill 1062, Department of the Environment, Community Water and Sewerage Systems, Cybersecurity Planning and Assessments. Favorable amendments. Amendment number 1.
Recognizing the floor leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So much be considered the reading of the amendments.
So ordered.
The amendment number 1 makes technical changes. Number 2 alters some of the requirements for the agencies and community water systems, require MDE to report on water system compliance, strike requirements for tabletop exercises, and makes other technical and clarifying changes. Move the amendments.
Question for the House is the adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Amendments have been adopted. Question now is adoption of the favorable report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. The favorable report is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered past the third reading. Clerk, read next bill.
House Bill 1226, Baltimore City Stop Sign Monitoring Systems, Authorization. Favorable amendments. Amendment 1.
Recognizing the floor leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Move so much be considered the reading of the amendments.
So ordered.
The amendment conforms the House bill to the Senate version. Move the amendments.
Question for the House is the adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. The amendment has been adopted. Question now is adoption of the favorable report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Favorable report is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered printed for third reading. Report of the Committee on Ways and Means, report number 31. Clerk will read the first bill.
House Bill 1483, Public Schools, High School Sports Officiating Services, Procurement Requirements. Favor of the amendments. Amendment number 1.
Madam Speaker, I'm over here, Madam Speaker.
You gotta do something.
Triangulate on me, okay.
Recognizing the floor leader.
I'm glad you recognized me. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. So much be considered the reading of the amendments.
So ordered.
Amendment number 1 is technical, and amendment number 2 requires the State Department of Education in consultation with the Maryland Post-Secondary, let's get this right, Maryland Post-Secondary Schools Athletic Association to develop a list of boys and girls sports that are similar, and requires the list to be used to provide the same payment or fees to high school sports officials officiating similar sports in similar rules. Placing the bill in the same posture as the Senate bill amended by the Ways and Means Committee. Move the amendments.
Question for the House is the adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. The amendment has been adopted. Question now is the adoption of the favorable report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Favorable report is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered printed for third reading. Clerk will read the next bill.
Senate Bill 308, Election Law, Chief Election Judges, Party Affiliation. Favorable.
Question before the House is the adoption of the favorable report. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. The favorable report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered past the third reading. Clerk will read the next bill.
Senate Bill 352, Baltimore County Republican Party Central Committee Elections. Favor of the amendments. Amendment number 1.
Recognizing the floor leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So much be considered the reading of the amendments.
So ordered.
The amendments conform the bill to the House cross file. They alter the number of members of the County Democrat Party Central Committee elected from each legislative district. Move the amendments.
Question for the House is the adoption of the amendments. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. The amendments have been adopted. Question now is adoption of the favorable report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Favorable report is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered past the third reading. Clerk, read the next bill.
Senate Bill 708, Sports Wagering, Independent Evaluation of Sports Wagering Content Required. Favor of the amendments. Amendment number 1.
Recognizing the committee chair.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Move so much be considered the reading of the amendment.
So ordered.
Amendment number 1 is technical. Amendment number 2 repeals a prohibition against certain campaign contributions by applicants for and holders of video lottery operation licenses and other owners, and alters the distribution of proceeds from video lottery facilities in certain counties. Move the amendments.
Question before the House is the adoption of the amendments. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. The amendments have been adopted. Question now is the adoption of the favorable report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Favorable report is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered past the third reading. Clerk, read the next bill.
Senate Bill 923, Public Schools, High School Sports Officiating Services, Procurement Requirements. Favor of the amendments. Amendment number 1.
Recognizing the floor leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So much be considered the reading of the amendments.
So ordered.
Amendment number 1 is technical. Amendment number 2 requires the State Department of Education in consultation with the Maryland Post-Secondary Schools Athletic Association to develop the list of boys and girls sports. It's the same amendment as the previous House bill. Move the amendments.
Question for the House is the adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. The amendment has been adopted. Question now is adoption of the favorable report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Favorable report is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered passed for third reading. Report of the Committee on Appropriations, report number 28. Clerk will read the first bill.
House Bill 1057, Family Law, Treatment Foster Care Homes, Child Care Stipends for Private Providers. Favorable amendments. Amendment number 1.
Recognizing the floor leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Be so much consider the reading of the amendments.
So ordered.
Thank you. There are 2 amendments to this bill. Amendment number 1 is technical. Amendment number 2 replaces proposed requirements for stipends with a study to determine the types of state support appropriate to assist providers of treatment foster care homes. Move the amendments, please.
Question before the House is the adoption of the amendments. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. The amendments have been adopted. Question now is adoption of the favorable report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Favorable report is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered printed for third reading. Clerk will read next bill.
Senate Bill 26, Labor and Employment, Occupational Safety and Health Revisions. Davis Martinez, Public Employee Safety and Health Act. Favorable amendments. Amendment number 1.
Be so much considered reading the amendments.
So ordered.
The amendments just conform to the House bill that we passed. Move the amendments.
Question for the House is the adoption of the amendments. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. The amendment has been adopted. Question now is the adoption of the favorable report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Favorable report is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered passed for third reading. Recognizing the Chair, Environment and Transportation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If this is a convenient time, I'd like to take the committee to the Old House Chamber for a short vote.
It is convenient.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Recognizing Ways and Means.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Ways and Means members, please go to the Silver Room. Thank you.
Okay. Can you do this all in 15 minutes? All right. Call.
Madam Speaker.
Has everyone recorded their presence? If so, the clerk will take the call. There be 137 members present. The House is still in session. Report of the Committee on Environment and Transportation, report number 42. Clerk will read the bill.
Senate Bill 901, Environment, Packaging, and Paper Products, Producer Responsibility Plans. Favorable amendments. Amendment 1.
Recognizing the floor leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So much be considered the reading of the amendments.
Question for the House, so ordered.
As amended, the bill establishes an extended producer responsibility program for packaging and paper products. The amendments alter and clarify definitions, add language to ensure that the bill would not preclude a bottle deposit program in the state, require the annual registration fee to cover, as necessary, the cost of developing and implementing program regulations, and clarify that a plan's methodology for reimbursement rates for covered services for covered materials is exclusive of exempt producers. Move the amendments, Madam Speaker.
Question for the House is the adoption of the amendments. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. The amendments have been adopted. Question now is adoption of the favorable report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Favorable report is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill to its title? Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would the floor leader, my friend Speaker Pro Tem,
Floor leader.
entertain a few questions?
Sure.
These extended, what's it called? Extended producer
responsibilities.
For these types of recycling programs, do they exist in any other state already?
The first state that's going operational, I believe, is Oregon later this year, but they do exist in a number of Canadian provinces and overseas.
Okay. So as of today, while Oregon and perhaps some other states may have considered it legislatively, no one has actually implemented this for us to sort of evaluate what the costs are, what the downstream consumer effects would be.
In the U.S., but other places they have.
Okay. Does this apply? What type of products? It says packaging and paper products. What's the range of products that this applies to reasonably? I mean, I'm not quizzing you. I'm just trying to get a sense of what they are.
Sure. Generally, all types of packaging, as well as paper products and beverage containers.
Okay. So this may shock none of you. I'm not a particularly technological guy. I don't have an Amazon thing. I don't order things in that nature. But I sure do see a lot of them piling up. So things that get ordered from, whether it's Amazon, some other delivery company, they all come in packaging. Is that type of packaging going to be subject to these regulations?
Yes.
And will the consumer have to do anything with the packaging in order to recycle it, or will it actually be the producer of the packaging itself that has to take the steps?
The consumer doesn't have to take any other steps. I mean, it does. For example, this does not affect any existing recycling programs. So if there's packaging that is recyclable, it will go in the blue bin or however else you set up materials at the curb or take it to the recycling center. If it's not a recyclable item, as with all packaging, recyclable or non-recyclable, there will be a very small fee established by the producer responsibility organization that the producers pay that then is used to help underwrite the municipal collection of recyclables.
So a producer of, not the underlying product, not the Amazon, whomever it is, but presumably the producer of the packaging material, whether it be paper, plastic, some mix thereof, they're now going to pay a fee into this organization. It's not the state, right? They don't pay a fee directly to MDE. They have some kind of quasi-private public entity that's established.
Correct. I mean, their plan is approved by MDE, the plan of the producer responsibility organization, but you are correct that the fee does not go directly to the state.
Does this EPR, quasi-private public organization, that they have employees?
Presumably, yes.
Right. And so they're going to get paid. So they're going to have, I don't know, a CEO, a COO, a manager, or this or that. They're all going to get paid, presumably from the proceeds, because no other state is doing this. So this organization would only exist from a financial standpoint in our state. So they would be paying their employees with these fees.
Yes, I mean, presumably there would be paid staff members of this producer responsibility organization.
Sorry,
Tell
Madam
me what-
Speaker. I do just want, Madam Speaker.
Committee Chair?
Yeah, I do just want to
Sure.
clarify that by the time this is implemented in Maryland, multiple other states will have this. So you just said it's only Maryland. It will not be only Maryland. It's not only Maryland.
So what
Now,
will
I don't
be-
know if every state will use the same producer responsibility organization.
Mm-hmm.
The states decide that for themselves. But it is possible that we will sort of be able to leverage the fact that Maine, Oregon, a few other states are going down this road. So it is not only Maryland. I do really want to make that very clear. This is not an idea that we invented, as clever as the Senate sponsor is. This is something we're modeling off of other states.
I noticed there was no House sponsor, so I assumed it couldn't have been that clever, because certainly one of you guys would have thought of it too. That's fine. I appreciate that. What's the rationale, though, as to why MD? I mean, we employ state workers to do things in the recycling and the environmental field, and all the localities employ people within their waste management divisions and recycling. Even in small Allegheny County, we have a lady, happen to know she's in charge of the solid waste recycling program. Why can't they just do this, and whatever fee is charged then goes to our coffers, which we all know we have a problem with, and just use that to help pay them as part of their job? Why does it have to go to a third party with their own employees and their own offices and their own separate overhead?
Well, first of all, the producer responsibility organization has already been set up 2 years ago when we passed a bill that required a study on this issue. A producer responsibility organization was set up and recognized by MDE. And generally, the idea behind these extended producer responsibility programs, be it this with respect to packaging or mattresses or paint, is that it's set up with representatives from the industry affected, which obviously knows the industry best. And in terms of setting up these very modest fees, in this case, that would be applied to different types of packaging. And the idea is really that the industry is most familiar with all these very types of products and producers, and can manage this most efficiently. And then with respect to, as opposed to, say, Baltimore County's DPW having to figure out, okay, for packaging that comes into Baltimore County, how much should a producer pay for X type of packaging that might be recyclable versus Y that's not, and then apply the fees themselves. It's much better to have a statewide entity that is very familiar with the industry.
I always enjoy the perspective. Perhaps the industry understands their industry best and should have more input. I think maybe we should apply that more broadly here in the chamber than what we seem to, but I do appreciate that. In the study that you indicated was already previously conducted, was there anything studied or any conclusions or information gleaned as to what the cost would be? So what is going to be the cost to the packaging producer, and then will that cost be passed along to an end consumer? What will be the consumer impact of these additional fees?
I don't believe that the recommendations that came out of the study specified what the expected costs. I mean, there are schedules, for example, for, I believe, Oregon, which is in the process of setting up their plan to be implemented in a few months. But the idea is that the costs are to be, for a particular piece of packaging, it's to be nominal. It's included in the cost of doing business. It's specifically not to be a cost that is passed on at the point of sale.
And when you say that, does that say that in the bill, that the costs incurred by the producers as part of this EPR cannot be passed along to the consumer by raising the costs of, if you raise the cost of the packaging, Amazon raises the cost of the delivery, and eventually somebody pays for it, and it's not usually the companies?
There is language in here that says that it's not to be a point of sale fee that's assessed. Okay. I believe that is the language, and the assumption is that this is cost of doing business for the producer.
It's not a point of sale, but they could build it in. There'd really be no way for us to detect that. They could build it into just their general operating costs and say, well, this year the packaging cost $1, next year it costs $1.04. That's inflation, that's whatever. We really were going to charge you $1.02, but because of this fee, we're going to charge you $1.04. But it's not a point of sale where the consumer is saying, I have to pay extra to get the package delivered, or whatever the product is delivered to me in a can. Does this apply to things like aluminum, obviously?
Yes, beverage containers, yes.
Okay, I appreciate you taking some questions. I know it's on second reader. We may take a look at it on third, but I appreciate the information. Thank you.
Are there any additional amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered past the third reading. Report of the Rules Committee, report number 7. This report is a consent calendar. Clerk will read the first bill.
Senate Bill 96, re-referred to Environment and Transportation.
Recognizing the majority leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So much be considered the reading of Senate Bill 96, be considered the reading for all the bills on the calendar.
Hearing no objection, all the bills are re-referred to the appropriate committees. Report of the Committee on... Yeah, that's what I was reading. Quorum call.
Madam Speaker.
Has everyone recorded their presence? If so, the clerk will take the call. There being 137 members present, the House is still in session. Calendar of third reading House Bills number 125. The clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 738, Department of Information Technology, Major Information Technology Development Projects Oversight.
House Bill 738 is on third reading and final passage. Is there any debate? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone care to change their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. There being 136 votes in the affirmative, House Bill 738, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed.
What's up?
Concurrence calendar number 13. The clerk will read the bill and the Senate amendments.
House Bill 46, Public Health, Cannabis Public Health Advisory Council Membership, Amendment number 1.
Recognizing the committee chair.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The committee moves to concur with the Senate amendments.
Question before the House is to concur in the Senate amendments. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. House Bill 46 is on third reading and final passage. The clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone care to change their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. There being 136 votes in the affirmative, House Bill 46, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Clerk, read next bill.
House Bill 300, State Government Grants and Contracts, Reimbursement of Indirect Costs, Amendment number 1.
Recognizing the committee chair.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The committee moves to concur with the Senate amendments.
Question for the House is to concur in the Senate amendments. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. House Bill 300 is on third reading and final passage. The clerk will call the
Madam
roll.
Speaker? Madam Speaker?
Yes.
I just wanted to ask what the amendments were that we concurred on.
Committee chair.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good morning.
Good morning.
So basically, the amendment strikes the language that would have required the Department of Budget and Management to study and report certain information because they're not able to do it. It will cost too much money and it will change the fiscal note of the bill. So the committee decided that we could do without it.
Okay.
Thank
All
you
right.
so much for the question.
Yeah, thank you.
My pleasure.
Clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone care to change their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. There being 118 votes in the affirmative, House Bill 300 having received the constitutional majority is declared passed. Clerk, read next bill.
House Bill 718, Maryland Health Insurance Coverage Protection Commission established. Amendment number 1.
Recognizing the committee chair.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The committee moves to concur with the Senate amendments.
Okay. Alrighty. Question for the House is to concur in the Senate amendments. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. House Bill 718 is on third reading and final passage. Clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone care to change their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. There being 98 votes in the affirmative, House Bill 718, having received the constitutional majority, is declared passed. Clerk will read next bill.
House Bill 819, Procurement Employee Stock Ownership Plan Preference Pilot. Amendment number 1.
Recognizing the committee chair.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The committee moves to concur with the Senate amendments.
Question for the House is to concur in the Senate amendments. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Yes?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just wanted to ask the floor leader, what was the final work product we adopted?
Committee chair.
Thank you. The final work product that we adopted is that rather than a percentage preference for entities that utilize an employee stock ownership plan, instead we're going to allow for an establishment of an evaluation factor for offerors that utilize an employee stock ownership plan. So
Okay.
that was it.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
House Bill 819 is on third reading and final passage. Clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone care to change their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. There being 128 votes in the affirmative, House Bill 819, having received the constitutional majority, is declared passed. Clerk, read next bill.
House Bill 970, Health Insurance Insulin Prohibition on Step Therapy or Fail First Protocols. Amendment number 1.
Recognizing the committee chair.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The committee concurs with the Senate amendments.
Question for the House is to concur in the Senate amendments. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. House Bill 970 is on third reading and final passage. Clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone care to change their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. There being 134 votes in the affirmative, House Bill 970, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Clerk will read next bill.
House Bill 1142, Public Health Maryland Interested Parties Advisory Group Establishment. Amendment number 1.
Recognizing the committee chair.
Sorry about that. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The committee concurs with the Senate amendments.
Question for the House is to concur in the Senate amendments. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. House Bill 1142 is on third reading and final passage.
Speaker.
Clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone care to change their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. There being 132 votes in the affirmative, House Bill 1142, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Clerk will read the next bill.
House Bill 1146, Maryland Behavioral Health Crisis Response System, integration of 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline Network and Outcome Evaluations. Amendment number 1.
Recognizing committee chair.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The committee concurs with the Senate amendments.
Question for the House is to concur in the Senate amendments. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. House Bill 1146 is on third reading and final passage.
Madam
Clerk
Speaker.
will call the roll.
Madam Speaker.
Gotta be a little quicker. Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone care to change their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. There be 134 votes in the affirmative. House Bill 1146, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed.
Madam Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to be recorded in the green for HB 1142. Thank you.
Surely.
Madam Speaker?
Yes.
My button didn't work on the last bill. I'd like to be recorded in the green.
Yes.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, vote change on Senate Bill 814 to nay. Thank you.
Any other vote changes or any other thing? Calendar of third reading House Bills number 129. The clerk will read the first bill.
House Bill 1035, electricity and gas, emissions reductions,
It's
rate
on-
regulation, cost recovery, infrastructure planning, renewable energy portfolio standard, energy assistance program, Next Generation Energy Act.
Is on third reading and final passage. Is there any
Madam
debate?
Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We talked yesterday about how significant the bill is. I like, and I want to put that on the record, I like and I appreciate several things within the bill. Energy is a massive problem in our state. You heard, they weren't my words. We are an energy desert. And if any of you think that we are an energy desert because of some global factor or some evil, nefarious corporation, or because we're not close enough or too close to the equator or whatever in the heck we talked about yesterday, you're kidding yourselves. We are an energy desert because the policies of the Maryland General Assembly do not like and do not promote anything but green energy, and green energy in the year 2025 cannot meet the needs of Maryland's population. They cannot meet our business needs, they cannot meet our residential needs, they cannot meet the needs that we have to grow our economy so that we have organic tax revenues so we don't have to pass the largest tax increase in Maryland history to pay for everything else that so many people in this room want. You can't pay for things unless you grow, and you can't grow in part if your energy policies are completely out of whack with 90% of the rest of the country. Because those activists, my goodness, those activists. And the beliefs are sincere. The beliefs in people that solar and wind is going to change the world, I hope it comes true. That's great. But I would bet you everything I have that it's not within a reasonable period of time. There will be very few people. There's some young people in this room. Maybe they will be here one day, 15, 20, 25 years from now, when we can look up and go, we've got a great green energy economy and everything's so wonderful. But my Lord, that's not what's happening in the United States of America. It's not what's happening in electric vehicle sales. It's not what's happening on offshore wind. It's not what's happening in solar, being able to pay for all these other states. It's not what's happening in DC. It's not what's happening almost anywhere. But here, we just keep clinging to it. We keep making it harder and harder to grow our capacity to energize our own economy. We are an energy desert. And what we tried to do yesterday on this bill and others was offer some reasonable common sense amendments to balance that out, to say, let's try to be a national leader in green, but while we're doing it, let's not raise our prices on our consumers, on our ratepayers, on our citizens, on our businesses by rejecting all the things everybody else does that makes energy affordable, that makes it reliable, that makes us grow in this 21st century. The bill has some good parts to it, but when you sit there and say we're stacking the deck in how we'll use this accelerated CPCN process, we're stacking the deck in favor totally of one thing, not another. And what I just heard, and I don't mean this, I think all of you should know me well enough by now. I don't mean this in any mean-spirited sense at all. I consider so many people here to be of good faith, very intelligent, doing things. But we just heard in a debate that we need to get the input of the industry. The industry knows better than us how this will work out. The industry can price it better. They're the experts. Our government people aren't. We just heard that. Not on this bill. Not on this one. Because we don't like what the energy companies and the utility companies tell us is going to be their natural reaction to our policies. We don't like it when they tell us, if you do this, it's probably going to result in rate increases. It's probably going to result possibly in brownouts. It's probably going to result in major companies that need major industry and major electricity and energy not coming here. It's probably going to result in data centers not coming or this or that. We don't like that. When the industry tells us these things over and over and over again, and guess what? They're almost always right. Rates are up, prices are up, big companies aren't coming, data centers are, I don't know if they're coming or not, transmission lines are crisscrossing our state, upsetting everybody under the sun, rationally. And we are an energy desert because of what we do. Let's do better. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, can the floor leader rise for a clarifying question?
Madam Speaker.
Floor leader, good morning. There was an amendment made to this bill, and I want to just make sure we're clear, get clarification on, I believe it's on page 20, the very end on Part D, in regards to certain types of contracts in regards to prevailing wages. Want to make sure this would only apply to contracts moving forward past that date. It wouldn't be applied to old contracts.
Correct.
And just want to make sure there's also language in here that references to amended contracts. And when it says amended contracts, that doesn't mean like smaller amendments or small things made to contracts. So if there's a change to a work order, that wouldn't apply here, correct?
Correct.
And if there was like a price adjustment you made in accordance with the contract that you already had, that wouldn't apply here?
Correct, nor with like a material adjustment either.
Right, so any like technical clarifications, it wouldn't apply there?
Correct. Additionally, it does not apply to work that has previously already been done.
Okay, just want to get that clarification. Thank you, Mr.
Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. A lot of people in my committee know this. I've been a type 1 diabetic since I was 9 years old on an insulin pump. So I spend a lot of time in a doctor's office. And every year they make you go through the questionnaire. I don't know if you guys probably know what I'm talking about. Do you smoke? Do you drink? You lie about that one a little bit. But this was the first year. I looked at, in the questionnaire, within the past 12 months, have you worried whether your food would run out before you got money to buy more? Have you had to skip meals or reduce meal sizes due to lack of money? Are you currently behind on your electric or heating bill? Have you received a termination notice for your utility bill? This is at the doctor's office. This is what we call an indication that something's wrong. They know it because people are telling their doctors they're stressed. They're having mental health problems. They're having a hard time dealing with their power bills and food. I know everybody in here in good faith wants to help. Sometimes please stop helping. Please stop. It's hurting. I know you want to help. We are the most overregulated state in the country. We are hostile to business. We need to attract more generation, and we're playing whack-a-mole with bills like this that shouldn't be moving forward. Yesterday I got back to my office, didn't even know who did it, but somebody put a bill on my desk. This bill is going to stay on my desk, and this bill should have stayed in a committee desk. These are serious problems for people. They need help, but they don't need more bills. They need us to get out of the way and let power generators stay here and new generators feel like they can come here without being viewed as the enemy. I don't care what it is, wind, solar, natural gas, coal. We're the number one or two exporter of coal in the country out of Baltimore. Somebody's using it. We can't build anything, nothing, without crude oil. Not a wind farm, not a solar panel. What I did not find on that questionnaire was, are you worried about climate change? U.S. Congress said on their list of top 21 priorities, climate change was 17. When polled the American public, only, 59% of Democrats are worried about it, about 13% of Republicans, because they realize it's a grift. I'm sorry, it's a grift. And now we are causing people to have mental health problems and have to confide in their doctor, scrap money together to pay their utility bills for a false narrative. That's all it is. Do we want pollution? No. Is CO2 bad? I'm going to say it until you kick me out of this chamber. No. It's great. It's the element to life. Without it, we're all gone. Please stop helping. That's all I'm asking. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker?
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to begin by just thanking you, Madam Speaker, for your leadership on this bill and your nonstop commitment to the people of this state in fighting increased prices, and at a time when we have prices flying up because of actions taken in the White House. I am so proud to be voting yes on this bill and to be led by you with bill after bill after bill that is getting control of the prices that our residents are paying. We came into session with that commitment. We worked really hard over the last 90 days or 86 days or 87 days, whatever it's been. And I want to talk about why it is that I'm proud to vote for this bill and encourage my colleagues to do the same. The piece that's gotten the headline is the money that's going to be returned from the alternative compliance payments. And I think that's valuable. It's quick. It'll happen very soon, and that's important. But what I want to make sure we're also highlighting is that there are fundamental structural changes that are being made in this bill to the way that rates are set at the Public Service Commission. Reining in multi-year rate plans so they can only be accepted if they're good for consumers. Reining in stride so they only can be focused on the safety needs as opposed to just straight up expansion of the system. Requiring that we use in-house workers instead of contract workers who sometimes are twice as expensive, and contract workers are only used when that is beneficial to ratepayers. All of these things are going, and also the data centers, making sure that data centers are paying their fair share and that residential ratepayers are not subsidizing the data centers. These things over the next years and decades will save hundreds of millions of dollars for our ratepayers, and we should be proud to vote green for that. Oh, and as a bonus, ratepayers aren't going to be paying for private jets for Exelon anymore. But not only that, not only are we getting control of the rates in this state, but this bill also makes sure that we have the reliability we need. For the first time in decades, we have load that is increasing. It hasn't been increasing, so we haven't needed a lot of generation. We have modest increases on the horizon in the state of Maryland, and this bill prepares us for them. It prepares us for them by investing in the battery storage, which is the fastest and the least cost way to respond to increases in peak load that we can expect. It prepares for them by also creating a fast track process for CPCN to bring large load and dispatchable generation online a little bit quicker than it might have been done otherwise. And it prepares for them in the long term by creating a path for new nuclear energy. So for all of these reasons, I am proud to vote green on this bill. I look forward to having this bill go into effect and continuing the efforts that we have done throughout this session of protecting everyday working people in Maryland. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Yes.
Yes, I just had some questions on the bill that I wanted to ask as it pertains to waste to energy.
Madam Speaker.
Yes, committee chair.
Thank you. So could you clarify for us what's happening with WTE?
So the waste to energy subsidy will be removed. I think it's implemented within 2 years. It'll be removed completely from the RPS.
Okay, thank you. My understanding, and I'm just trying to look online here, as it pertains to the Covanta plant in Montgomery County, it looks like beyond 2026, there's some uncertainty if that plant's going to continue to operate.
The intent of that plant, I believe, is to close after that specified date.
Okay. And I understand that was negotiated some years ago, so this bill obviously doesn't have a huge impact on that contract. However, the future of that plant, do you think that removing this subsidy, removing it from Tier 1, would disincentivize a new operator to come in and either retrofit and upgrade or continue to operate that plant?
It's a county-owned plant, so no, I do not think that this subsidy will impact that negotiation or that deal. What I could tell you is somebody who is from St. Mary's and similar situation to you, right, is that those counties and those facilities, our ratepayer dollars are going to subsidize them. And I don't think, from my perspective, at least the way I've always looked at it, is why would I want to give those subsidies to those counties or that facility that, frankly, we don't believe that needs it. And that's how I kind of view it. I know that there's a whole environmental argument, but I think from the perspective I've always viewed it is that, no, I don't want those subsidies to leave my county for something that, frankly, I don't think is justified or needed to stimulate any kind of economic growth, especially when that plant that you're referencing is intended to close.
All right, so, my understanding that the county also subsidizes it roughly to the tune of around $14 million a year from what I, again, gleaned online. But I just kind of wanted to have thank you for answering those questions. I kind of want a discussion here on why waste energy is important and we should continue to subsidize it. One, it does generate electricity, and it actually reduces landfill waste by roughly 90%. And the reason why I bring this up is because, yes, that is a county entity. It's generating power within that county. However, when it comes to trash, we as Americans generate a tremendous amount of waste. And if you look to some of our more highly population density areas, there's nowhere to put that trash. Most of that trash, at some point, if they do have existing landfills, they become full. And where does that trash go? Well, it has to go somewhere. And if we no longer have waste to energy, it gets stuck on rail cars, and it comes to our more rural districts where we do have space, where we can create new landfills. And rather than it generating electricity, now it's being sloughed off on neighboring jurisdictions. I think this is probably one of the parts of the bill that I disagree with. I've taken tours of both the Cavanna plant in Montgomery County as well as the one in District of Columbia. This is a sensible way to generate electricity and then also to reduce landfill capacity and space. And that's why I'll be voting against this bill and putting up a red vote. And I encourage you to do the same. Thank you.
Madam Speaker.
Yes. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Sure.
And first, I want to echo the gentlelady's comments from Montgomery County and thank you. I want to thank the chair. I want to thank Economic Matters, and I'm not exactly sure if I'm allowed to do it, so I apologize, but I want to thank committee staff. For many of you who don't know, Dewan started with us in December in one of the more challenging topics to write laws on, and has been incredible and drafted the bulk of this bill, and he deserves a lot of thanks and credit. Second, I think that there have been a lot of claims made here. The first is that somehow this is anti-business. This bill holds utilities accountable, and they are monopolies for franchise service territories that we gave them. And I think it is comical to say we are over-regulating on this particular issue, because when it's solar, we favor more regulations from the minority party. And so it is hypocritical here to sit here and say that, oh, we're over-regulating this industry just because we like it, or not over-regulating it because we don't like it. That's crazy. Second, it was made that somehow this is a grift. No, a grift would be Trump coin, Trump University, Trump Bibles, Elon cutting randomly contracts with the FAA and then giving it to his private company, doing commercials on the White House lawn for your largest donor. That's a grift. This isn't a grift. This is holding utilities accountable, is what this bill does. This bill, frankly, and I'm going to walk you through it, really has nothing to do, besides the waste to energy portion, with the great green god. Crazy, spooky, hilarious. Over the last 20 years, and I've kind of gone back through the history since I've been on the committee, I can honestly say In the last 2, we have done more around utility regulation and ratepayer protection than maybe ever in the General Assembly, and it is something we should be proud of. SB 1 last year saved $500 million. These packages of bills between 1035, 1036, and 1037, and the Senate cross files, you are looking at hundreds of millions of dollars in more savings for ratepayers. And the impact is so great. It is all about accountability. I will give credit to the gentlelady from Baltimore City for bringing her bill surrounding Stride. This bill does not eliminate Stride, but it makes the utilities justify slamming us. It doesn't do away with multi-year rate plans, but it makes the utilities earn it. And it doesn't allow them to rectify or reconcile in their favor. You can only reconcile in the ratepayers' favor. It promotes generation. I am not one of those people that is out here claiming we're on some sort of desert island. We have imported 40% of our energy for decades. We do it because we're part of a regional grid, and it makes economical sense to import it. It's cheaper. But what we want to do is position ourselves to hold more weight against that regional transmission organization, PJM, so that we're not as reliant. Because all they do, time and time and time again, is we set policies here, and then they own all the votes in Pennsylvania on some mythological Wizard of Oz creature and circumvent every single solitary thing we do. That is why we want more generation in this state. In fact, much to the chagrin of some of the environmental groups, it promotes gas. There has not been, nor is there, a cap on gas in this bill. All it does is streamline a permitting process to cut down costs. Lastly, it sets up a planning office. I talked a lot about PJM. The other sick, twisted thing they do is take data, which is valid, legitimate data, and they twist it in their benefit. And then we got to spend hours on end consulting people from all across the country to figure out what is actually going on. And in conjunction, these bills will absolutely lower ratepayer bills and have a positive impact on your constituents. You should be proud to vote green, and you should be proud to go back to your districts, bang on doors, and tell them that's what you're doing for it. Please vote green on the bill.
Is there any further debate? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone care to change their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. There being 97 votes in the affirmative, House Bill 1035, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Clerk will read next bill.
House Bill 1036, Public Utilities, Generating Stations, Generation and Siting Renewable Energy Certainty Act.
Is on third reading and final passage. Is there any debate?
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Could the floor arise for a clarifying question?
Committee Chair?
Yes. Thank you. I didn't catch this during committee. Maryland Home Improvement Commission has a license, and I just want to make sure that under the bill I see that there is a solar license, but is the MHIC license still required for solar installations?
Yes, that's the intent.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much. And Mr. Chairman, I did speak in committee on the bill, so I think I'm going to keep those comments together. I do think that the minority party did a good job yesterday, and especially my friend from Caroline County, who I think carried our positions well, and thanks for answering your question.
I appreciate that. Thank you for being brief for once.
Is there, yes.
Madam Speaker, I promise I won't be all that brief. I say that because obviously I think yesterday you guys saw why and how this bill is so important, not just to me, but to my constituents, but to the entire Eastern Shore. But there were two issues yesterday that were not discussed that it is still very much a concern for us on the Eastern Shore. So I do have two questions. Mr. Floor Leader, Mr. Chairman.
Committee Chair.
So the first is, I remember, at least when Caroline County, when they established their local laws, they had the cap of 2,000 acres, but they also had a pilot program, payment in lieu of taxes, mainly because agriculture, their property assessments are less because crops generally don't consume government services, and that's the reason why they have those lower assessments. So we have to do a pilot in lieu of taxes for solar because solar panels is industrial. They're not. It's not agriculture. So it's two completely different things. So how does this bill address the ability for our local governments to tax these solar projects?
I don't think it gets in the way of them at all, because like you said, they're not being treated as ag, so they can be taxed accordingly to the county's local jurisdiction. They are generators, they make money, so obviously any income tax as well as how they choose the counties to tax the property itself.
So they can still do pilots if they choose to do so?
Again, this does not prevent them from doing pilots.
Okay, so my second question is battery storage. And it was mentioned earlier in the last bill. Obviously we know what happens to electric vehicles when they catch fire. They're very difficult to put the fire out. Basically, you just have to let that car burn until it completely goes out. Obviously, battery storage for utility scale solar is going to be much larger. Is there technology now that's available that will be able to suppress fires in the case that these large projects?
Yes. Number one, yes, it does exist already. We have electrical fires are not reserved solely for battery storage, as you well know. We have substations and things of that nature, and the fire departments are familiar and can be familiarized with how to take care of them. In addition, there will be PSC making sure they set standards, and they will have to meet the safety and fire standards as they're being installed. So.
Okay, so if there is not technology available, we won't see major solar panel.
I'm sorry?
We will not see solar storage being built, because right now I'm not sure there is any major solar storage being anywhere, and at least not on the
battery
Eastern Shore.
storage?
Yeah, on the Eastern Shore, I'm not aware of any. So they will not approve anything unless there is adequate fire suppression available.
Without a doubt, and the PSC will be involved. There's already standards that are being put in place to make sure for the battery storage, which doesn't necessarily have to store solar energy.
Gotcha, very good. Thank you very much. Those are the two concerns that we have. Madam Speaker, yesterday, there was a lot of discussion about what's right for our constituents, what's not right for our constituents. And what we heard is that there's an opportunity for folks all over the state, and I'll argue mostly going to be on the Eastern Shore, for them to make $3,500 per acre or $6,000 per acre more than they are making right now, or compared to $400 an acre that they're getting right now for these ag leases. And it was implied that unless you kind of go along with that argument, that you don't care as much about those constituents as you do others. And that's a fallacy. I mean, and it's almost insulting to even imply that. The reason why we're opposed to that is because we're trying to protect an entire industry. Right now, many of us in this room right now are very concerned with the federal government's doing. We're very concerned that the federal government is going to cost major industries between Baltimore and DC because of the actions of the federal government. We on the Eastern Shore are very concerned about what's going to happen to our number one industry because of what's happening today in Annapolis. So please listen to our concerns. We're feeling the exact same thing that you are. We're standing up right now fighting for an entire industry right now. Property rights was an issue. We were talking about, if you want to put up solar panels and somebody's offering you $5,000, $6,000, you should be able to do it. So I want to make sure that we're not confusing property rights with zoning. If somebody has the opportunity to put a pig farm or a hog farm in your neighborhoods, right? They have the opportunity to make money. But if the county says, you know what, you can't put a hog farm in your community, they're not taking away anybody's property rights. They're not. And I can guarantee you that nobody in this room will stand up and say, you know what, I agree, they should have their property rights restored. I think we should have hog farms in our communities. That's absurd. That's not going to happen. If somebody wants to put a nudie bar next to a church or a school, and the county says, no, you can't do that, I don't think anybody in this chamber will say, you know what, the county's taken away their property rights, they should be able to do that. That's not happening. That's an absurd argument. That's an absolutely absurd argument. That's zoning. That's the reason why we have zoning. The priority preservation areas was established in the last comprehensive plans that our counties have established to protect farmland. That's part of their zoning. They're doing that to protect our counties and to protect the agricultural industry from other things like urban sprawl, from housing, from solar panels. That's why we have our priority protection areas, because it's part of zoning. Has absolutely nothing to do with property rights. So please don't confuse the two. My third point that I want to make. Yesterday I asked, okay, we should have goals, right? We should have established goals. We shouldn't be making decisions without having established goals. So we were told yesterday that in order to hit our REC goals, we need 30,000 acres to be covered in solar panels. Well, the Public Service Commission disagrees with that. They said 18,000 acres. So what do we do in this bill? We put the cap at 103,000 acres. What? Are you kidding me? Our goals are 30,000 acres at the most, and we're going to make a cap at 103,000 acres? That makes absolutely no sense. Absolutely no sense at all. My fourth point that I want to make. I read over some of the acreage yesterday. I'll just go over a couple counties that I didn't mention about this 5%, how it potentially could impact your counties. Baltimore County, 7,000 acres. Frederick County, 4,800 acres. Montgomery County, 5,200 acres. I'm pretty sure that you won't see that happen in our lifetimes. Let me tell you why, and I mentioned it yesterday. Because the people who actually decide where solar is going to go, it isn't the Public Service Commission, it's the solar companies that are making that decision. I've never seen as much corporate welfare in my life as what's happening right now with these greedy solar companies. One, they're getting tax breaks. Two, they're very much heavily subsidized. And also, too, they also know where it's cheap. They know where the land's cheap. They also know that they're going to have to expand the grid. They're not going to be able to put 54,000 acres of solar panels on the Eastern Shore. They know they're going to have to upgrade the grid, and they know it's much easier to do it over there because there aren't as many people. There aren't as many NIMBYs, and it's going to cost a lot less to upgrade the grid. So where do you think they're going to go first? They're not going to Frederick, Montgomery. They're not going to Prince George's County, Charles County. No, they're going over there. So make no mistake about it, it's impacting us. It's impacting our counties, not yours. Economic impact. We didn't talk about that yesterday. Once you install solar panels, how much of an economic impact is that going to have in our communities? Zero. Let's talk about the economic impact of tilling a farm and harvesting those crops. Our farmers buy seed. Our farmers buy fertilizer. They buy tractor supplies. If their tractor breaks down, they have to get a mechanic to come out and fix it. Irrigation supplies, you name it. The economic impact of farming is huge. I'm not even mentioning the fact that we're losing grain production. We're losing food production. We're choosing energy over solar when we have all sorts of other ways to produce energy. This doesn't make any sense. Folks, no one understands the Eastern Shore better than me, better than my friend from Worcester County, better than my friend from Wycomico, Dorchester, Somerset, Kent, Queen Anne's, Wycomico, and my good friend over in Cecil County. To stand up on the floor and say that somebody other than us knows the Eastern Shore better than we do, it's insulting, first of all, and it's also very arrogant. And I hope this doesn't happen. I hope it doesn't happen in this debate, because no one else on the floor understands the Eastern Shore better than we do. And when I go back home, you know what people are telling me? Fight solar. We don't want it. I haven't had a single person in my district, and I represent 4 counties, have told me they want this. Not one. What people are telling me is they're fed up. They're fed up with being told how to live their lives over there. And this is just one example of that. And what they're telling us is they're not sure how much longer they want to live in Maryland. They're not sure how much longer they want to live on the Eastern Shore. And they've had multiple generations who have lived here, and they're ready to move. Madam Speaker, I can walk to the Delaware line from where I live. I can walk to the Delaware line where I live. And I'm just as frustrated as they are. I'm not sure how much longer I want to live in Maryland. And I can tell you I have influence when I stand in this chamber. And maybe next year, I don't know. Maybe I'll move to Delaware without actually having to physically move. I don't know. I have a year to think about that. But thank you, Madam Speaker.
Is there any further debate?
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker.
Yes. Which one? Oh, go ahead.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I rise to support this bill, and I want to tell you why. Yesterday we talked a little bit about it, and I want to tell you a little bit more about it today because I think it's very, very important. Seems to be a kind of a conflation of several different issues. When we had our joint bill hearing with AAA, what I found very interesting is that a lot of people came and talked about how their farms were going to be taken and how solar panels were going to make its way. You're going to be able to step from one county to the next without actually stepping on a piece of ground because you're going to be able to step on solar panel after solar panel after solar panel. And what I thought was very interesting is one particular farmer who was very, very upset about eminent domain came up and spoke. And we were very respectful as a committee, both the committees, we were very, very respectful to him. And we were very respectful to him because he came and he gave his piece. And as you know, when you are in Annapolis, you're a lobbyist or someone else, you come up, you're kind of fair game. But if you're not, we show you a lot of grace. So we did. And then his 15-year-old daughter came up to testify. And as we all do, when we have kids come up and testify, we love that, right? So we had the dad come up and take some photos, and the chair did a great job of making sure that the dad was very proud of his daughter and that his daughter got to testify. And the very first things out of her mouth was, please don't take my land. Please don't take my farmland. There's going to be solar everywhere. You're going to use eminent domain to take away all of my land. And that was just heartbreaking because that's not what this bill does. It's not what this bill does at all. So the conflation of those two things is very, very concerning because if you were listening or watching from home, you would think that we're going to take farmland throughout the entire state and put solar panels all over it. And quite frankly, that is completely not true. We are not taking anybody's panels. You can make a decision if you own a farm, you can make a decision. If solar companies like your farm, you're close to the utilities, and it makes sense, you can make the decision to put solar on your farm. You don't have to do it. You don't have to put solar on your farm. We're not making you do it. There's no eminent domain here. That doesn't happen. And the next piece about it that I think is really important to understand, besides that rights issue, is the ag reserve issue and the preservation issue. And this bill has been a very, very long time in coming. And I wanted to say specifically thank you to the Speaker, and thank you to my chair, and thank you to the committee, because in Montgomery County, we have an agricultural reserve. It's 93,000 acres. And of those 93,000 acres, let me tell you, nobody wants any solar on that. We do have some solar here and there in a variety of places in Montgomery County. We have it on rooftop, we have it on canopies for parking lots, we have it everywhere we can. So to put a 5% cap on an agricultural reserve, which many of you in your communities and in your jurisdictions have an agricultural reserve, to put a 5% cap, which I know my chairman did not want to do, but I appreciate so much, is to protect 95% of an ag reserve, whether that ag reserve is in Montgomery County or anywhere else in the state. So for those reasons, I think it's very important that we all vote green on this bill. We need to build more solar. And this is an equitable, very balanced way of doing it. Thank you.
Madam Speaker.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First thing I'd like to say is that, you know, what we're trying to do is preserve a way of life. You know, the Eastern Shore is certainly unique to Maryland. You know, I say that, do we really need this bill? You know, that's really the question. Why do we preserve marshland? Why do we preserve certain areas? Because we feel like they're pristine. You know, I look at the industry. Farming is our #1 industry on the shore. And I am afraid that when you start to encroach on that, then you're encroaching on our way of life. And I don't want to encroach on anyone else's. I've always been very respectful of that. And I think that what we're trying to say here is that this is an encroachment on our way of life. Like I said, the Eastern Shore is something that I'm very passionate about. I love living in Maryland. I love the Eastern Shore. When you start to encroach on what we've known to be our life and our #1 industry at home, there's a problem. There's a problem why we feel as passionate as we do about this, and do we really need this bill? You know, to me, I really look at things like there's setbacks. We can't build near the water's edge, right? Marshes, we protect marshes all the time. I'm trying to stand here and convince you to really, really take a look at our way of life and think about your vote here, because I am totally opposed to this. And my goal was to not stand up this entire session, but I just couldn't sit any longer. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yes.
Madam Speaker. Yes, I just had actually switching gears, I had a question, if the floor leader could rise.
Committee Chair.
Yep, so on the last page of the fiscal note, talks about sales tax exemptions. The question that I had is, will the sales tax exemptions apply to the battery storage facilities? It's not clear in the fiscal note.
There is no exemptions, but I'm assuming they'll still be subjected to the 25% tariff.
Great answer. Okay, so, and I appreciate that. One of the, you know, I do want to switch gears here and say that solar, I believe in diversified energy production and applying technology, and battery storage is a big part of that. One of the colleagues that I went to college with actually does this for a living. They go all over the country and they do these generation sites as well as the battery storage for a multitude of energy inputs, whether they be solar, wind, et cetera, so that they can store it and then deliver it to the grid, peak shaving, you know, things like that. And the #1 thing that he told me, because they were looking at doing some projects in Maryland, is that their margin, the way that they make money, is they have jurisdictions that grant sales tax exemptions for the storage sites. And the reason that is so important is because battery storage is incredibly, incredibly expensive. We're talking $20 to $50 million of infrastructure for a battery storage facility. And I think what this bill aims to do is to bring those sites here so that we can store electricity that we're generating from these solar panels and the like. However, I don't think it's going to work because, frankly, he told me, if we don't get a sales tax exemption, we're not interested. We're not coming. 6% adds up fast when you're spending $50, $100 million. So I know we talked a lot about the farm and my colleagues from the Eastern Shore, and that's incredibly important, but this, I believe, is one more reason that this bill isn't ready for prime time, and it's shocking to me that it wouldn't be put in there along with the solar generating equipment. So that's why I'll be putting up a red vote. Thanks.
Madam Speaker.
Okay, the committee chair, his bill. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, again, and I would like to extend my gratitude for the work that you put in and allowed me to put in. And with my vice chair, with my committee counselor, Darwan Bond, I think that, you know, to say this is not ready for prime time, I guess I'll take that. But we've been working on this since April. We've been working on this like literally day in and day out to make sure that it was exactly ready for prime time, that we could actually come to an agreement with the Senate, which was almost virtually impossible. But I want to tell you what this bill does. It sets a state standard. We talked about in the last round of debates, my good friend behind me was talking about how we're getting in the way of businesses doing business. But now you're telling me, but please get in the way of the solar industry because that's different. We complained about not having enough solar or not enough energy generation and how bad it was and it was our fault, but then we're trying to get energy generation and all of a sudden, well, that's a problem because I guess we just don't like solar. Other businesses are okay, don't get in their way, but make sure you stop solar. And we've heard it. People, they just don't want solar. And I get it. I don't understand it, but I get it. I hear you. But this is about the placement of solar energy and storage. It sets state standards and boundaries. Prohibits local jurisdictions from just flat out denying site development. And we have counties like Carroll County, they just put a moratorium on solar. Or I think Baltimore County, no solar sites within 100 or 1,000 feet of each other, because that's what they're already doing. They're using their zoning laws just to say no to solar. And again, when I say no to solar, I'm not just saying no to the business, you're also saying no to those farmers. We created exceptions in this for 5 megawatts or higher. Going on tier 1, tier 2 planned growth, medium high density, mixed areas. And as you've heard, I entered into a Faustian bargain over priority preserve areas. Because as of now, if I didn't enter this bargain protecting 95% of it, all of it would be available to have solar on it. All of those farmers would have the opportunity, if they so choose, to benefit financially from having solar panels on their property. I did enter this bargain, so only 5% of those owners will get that benefit. We talked about that priority preservation. I just don't want to keep going backwards, but it was never to hurt. There's never been an attack on an agricultural way of life. We talked about an encroachment on our way of life, and I'm always curious how it's an encroachment when we're allowing landowners to make a choice for themselves. And the gentleman said that, you know, he hasn't met a single farmer in his county that wants this. Well, then they just won't be in your county. We're not going to make them. There's no force. We're not using force. And as you all said, they don't really need to because they have money. And I think that it's almost intellectually dishonest to somehow say that we're being invaded by solar companies. No, people are making a choice. And I think as a government, it's weird and it is what it is. It just doesn't make any sense for the colleagues on the right to tell me all of a sudden the government should be able to tell people what they can't do with their land. It doesn't really make a lot of sense for my colleagues on the right to say, you know what, those farmers don't deserve to make that money. They should be forced to farm or sell it to another farmer. Their lifetime investment, their family farmed it for years and years. Now the only way they can make money is, as he said, $400 an acre, not $6,000. That's heartbreaking. But I guess it's just a different approach and a different opinion. We talk about, it's interesting, we talk about, you know, what solar is not going to provide, but Texas in the first quarter of 2024, they invested more than $21 billion. This is a red state, and we got to admit, Texas is a red state. Total capacity of 16 gigawatts. It's their biggest source of new energy, and it employs over 12,000 Texas. Yes, I know. Texas is a sunny state. Please, you don't have to explain the science to me, but we do have sun here too, okay? And the weird thing is, Texas is, and we got to all admit this, that's a drill baby drill state if ever there was one. So if Texas, an oil state, values solar and the investment of solar, how dare we sit back? Because whether you agree that solar works or not, Clearly, Governor Abbott does. Clearly, those oil companies do because they use solar in the on those areas as well. I want to make it clear, this bill was creating a state standard, and it's not an attack on a way of life, but it is creating opportunity for some of these farmers that simply do not wish to farm anymore. We heard my colleagues talk about subsidizing. Last year, we subsidized fossil fuels to the tune of $757 billion. This is America. We're the most innovative country in the world. So look at China. Again, if you're on the right, that's our enemy. I mean, I do consider them an enemy of the state as well. Look at their investments in solar and battery technology. They're years ahead of us. We could do so much better. Because what we did is we invested in fossil fuels when they started. We made sure the state got behind them to where they'd be highly efficient, our cars would be highly efficient. Now we're moving to the next step. We're now investing in electrical generation. And when we talk about subsidies, never forget the $6 billion we did just last year for nuclear. So we subsidize things that we believe in, that we invest in, because for me, I remember in 1989, 1990, there was a lot of, well, not a lot of us, maybe just me now, a few of us that were over in the Middle East fighting for oil. You can call it what you want, but that's what it was about. I would love to see the day where oil is no longer required by this country, where we have the ingenuity, that we can do something else. And electricity is a part of that plan. Battery storage, electric vehicles, it's a part of that plan. The same. It'd be a wonderful day that we don't send soldiers to their death because we need more oil. But we do. We allow OPEC to control the way we move and breathe. We do. It would be nice to get the Middle East out of our economy. It would be nice to not even depend on natural gas anymore. What is Russia's main export? What's their one strength that they have? Natural gas. So if we can get past that point and disempower two gigantic enemies of this state, I'm all for it. But it takes investment. It takes a willingness to move forward. And we can't move forward if we continue to use our drill baby drill attitude and somehow solar doesn't work. And we've heard that. And that's what I want to make sure you guys understood what Texas is doing. I want you to make understood what China is doing. And we are behind the power curve. We can do so much better. I apologize for those who think that I don't care about their farmers, because I do. I grew up in the Midwest. And it's not about not caring. It's about giving them a choice. And as I said, right now, all of the farmland, period, can have solar on it. If this bill passes, when this bill passes, 95% of the ag preserve will be protected. But the rest of the farmland, it'll still be open. And those farmers, if they so choose, can still choose to produce something. It's an electron. I'm asking you to support this bill, and contrary to what some people might say, it's not half-baked. The amount of effort, this is a Herculean effort that's gone into trying making something, to negotiating, to dealing with the Farm Bureau, to dealing with MACO, to try to get something not everybody loves, but everybody can work with to move us to this next level. So I ask, and I do thank my colleagues on the side, because I know that they're dealing in good faith. I know they're defending their constituency, and I know they're defending their farmers. But please remind your farmers, just say no when the solar people come. Tell them they have the right. Because unlike some of the fracking arguments we heard where people were tricked in, they didn't know their wells were going to get caught on fire. They didn't know the sinkholes that were going to be created or the contamination that was going to go into their water wells and their waterways. I haven't heard that complaint from solar. And I would, if there's any issues, you let them know they need to reach out, because we're not attacking them. I hope that they feel that they still have a choice, because the one thing we're going to give them today is that choice. Thank you very much.
Yes. Go ahead.
Madam Speaker.
Yes.
You know, I appreciate these bills, because I've been sitting on my committee for a number of years now, and energy's always been a big focus. And in my world, I'm going to love judiciary. I really respect the chairman. To me, we don't need these bills. We needed something done, and I appreciate that we're doing something. But, you know, when we visited PJM, at the time, I think there were over 30 locations ready to go approved for energy, 30, and 20 of them were on the Eastern Shore. So I don't know that we actually need these spaces to do that because people are willing to do it today. So the bill may be okay for some of you, but to me, it's all about the money. I mean, for what, 2004, I think it was, we decided we wanted to be clean and renewable, and we put that into effect. Since 2004 till 2025, what do we have? 6 to 7% solar energy generated in this state? 6 to 7% in 20-some years. When we put the impetus on car manufacturers to actually increase the mileage, that was pretty quick. We got that done pretty quickly. But when you're paying somebody not to innovate, not to get up to speed, not to do these things, they don't have to do anything. They're holding back because of the dollar. It's all about the money for these companies. So when we see a corporate jet going up, maybe we go with a solar company because we'll be flying around on them. For this reason, I'm going to vote down on this bill. I'm going to probably vote down on the package, which I've already done on one. But I do sincerely appreciate some of the things we've done in these bills, and I think there's some credit due there. Thank you.
Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker.
Majority Whip, go ahead.
Move the previous question, Madam Speaker.
Question for the House is the previous question. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Oppose? The ayes have it. Clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker.
Explain your vote.
To explain my vote?
Yes.
So I just want to quickly say, since we were talking about Texas has sunk nearly $100 billion in wind solar infrastructure, and their grid has added 10 gigawatts to 15 gigawatts of solar over the past 4 years. And this has done nothing to alleviate the grid reliability problems. And if Texas had put a fraction of that $100 billion into reliable dispatchable energy such as coal, natural gas, and even nuclear, Texas grid would be far more secure. Wind and solar pull their weight during the warmer months, but the past 3 years have shown that renewables alone will never be able to sustain Texas's grid year-round. Wind and solar are inconsistent and non-dispatchable in real times of need. Texas is a case study in why both states and the federal government must stop overinvesting in wind and solar. Protecting our farms, businesses, and families from issues like eminent domain and protecting the rural legacy of Frederick County is a priority for me and is not addressed in this legislation, and that is why I'm a no. Madam Speaker.
Yes. Explain your vote.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Explain my vote. I'm explaining the red vote. It's quite simple. I represent 2 counties, Worcester and Wycomico. If you look at the list, those 2 counties have the highest impact of potential solar. You know, we heard this is about giving the farmer rights. And what this is really about is taking away local control. They're zoning for reasons. Zoning creates a balance. People bought where they bought for what's around them. They bought because they want to see cornfields next to them. They want to see whatever based on the zoning, and now the state's taking that away. One of the things I enjoy most about coming here, especially with a little bit of snow on the ground, is seeing all the fields empty and geese on them. I wonder how those solar panels are going to look with geese sitting on them. It's going to certainly change the dynamic of the drive here. But on a serious note, this is taking away local control. Farmers, when they're tired of getting up at 4 o'clock in the morning, they have the option of selling their land, that's agricultural land, that's going to stay in ag, protecting the way of life, protecting the 3-legged stool that we heard about yesterday, because grain, as it's produced, supports another large agriculture industry on the shore, and that's the poultry industry. So when there's not enough grain there, and then we have to start trucking it in, how green is this really? Because then we're going to have the 18-wheelers coming in, and they're not going to be electric.
they're going to be delivering grain because we're throwing the whole spectrum out of balance. So for that reason and many more, I'll be voting no on this bill, as you can see.
Madam Speaker.
Yes, explain your vote.
Yes, to explain my vote, thank you. Since Carroll County was brought up, I want to just say I heard two different things. We were criticized for banning solar. Yet, you also said they can just say no. So I don't see the consistency in that, number one. Number two, when you talk about property rights, which I truly believe in as well, one of my very first bills was to eliminate the tier system based on development. So when we talk about property rights, when you take away a farmer's opportunity, if you say they can do what they want, which I understand that, but in Carroll County, we cannot build in tier 2 or tier 3 at all because it's well and septic, which we decided years ago that we hate that. So there's a reason that we have to have a master plan, and that puts all the development locally in tier 1. So when we are very proud of the ag preservation that we've done over the years. We're one of the leaders. So when you say property rights, it really does, it hits me in my gut because farmers are often land rich and cash poor. And we have stripped away the value of all of those farms for development. So for that reason, I'm voting no.
Yes, explain your vote.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To explain my vote, this has been a very good faith back and forth, and in the spirit of a good faith debate, I want to say that this bill doesn't explicitly hurt farmers. I want to make that crystal clear. What it does make an attempt to reduce the acreage to improve this, but it doesn't. The reason why I'm so adamantly against it is because it just doesn't go far enough. We could potentially lose up to 54,000 acres on the eastern shore from grain production. We talked about three-legged stool. That one leg of grain production that feeds the poultry industry, if we lose over 50,000 acres of that production, it could literally damage or destroy that industry, and that's what we're fighting for. We talked about $6,000 per acre. That's per acre. If it's a couple hundred acres, we're talking about tens of thousands of dollars. Do they deserve it? Does anybody deserve tens of thousands of dollars of government subsidies? I don't know if they do or not. I would say no based on my ideological belief. I would much rather have the free market determine how much land's worth and how much leases are worth. Now we compare Maryland to Texas. Solar panels should go in Texas. They have deserts in Texas. It's further south. The sun's out longer. It doesn't rain much in Texas. We have some of the most productive agricultural land in the world in Maryland. Let me repeat that for some of you who may not be listening. We have some of the most productive agricultural land in the world, and we're going to cover them potentially with solar panels, hoping that the globe's not going to heat up. If we put solar panels on farms, that is going to make virtually no impact on climate change. This is insanely stupid. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker.
Yes.
I want to explain my grain vote. As a representative of a portion of Montgomery County that is agricultural reserve, I want to offer local perspective as well as global perspective. As a local representative, this bill respects the zoning power of local authorities as well as the farmers' right to say no. That's why we put strong parameters there so that 95% of land can never be touched. And for the rest 5%, people have every right to say no to it. So I'm very proud of that. Second, as someone who grew up in a country that is now squarely competing with the United States on AI, on clean energy, right? I heard a lot of rhetoric about competing with China. But where are we competing with China on those industries of the future? Voting green on this bill is to make sure we are serious about that. Over the past 3.5 decades, I worry that we have lost the political will to compete. For someone who chose America over my home country, I hate to see us losing ground on anything. At the end of the day, America must win the 21st century, and Maryland must lead because we have the assets and the talents to compete on every front. But local NIMBYism across blue and the red counties is holding America back big time. So I want to offer some perspective to say, if we're serious about that, we all have a responsibility to go back and explain to our local communities what it takes to compete. So please vote green. Thank you.
Madam Speaker.
She was next.
Thank
Go
you, Madam
ahead.
Speaker. Yeah, I stand up to, to express my proud red vote on this bill, because one thing, I don't think it puts enough energy on the grid to be sufficient to take away all the green space and the farmland. And then the second part of a lot of the discussion, it says that we're doing this to give all of our farmers a choice. That's a forest. We are not giving all of our farmers a choice because they have to be within proximity to actually hooking up to the grid. So to say you're giving all farmers 5% in each county is not necessarily true. So that is another reason why I'm standing up and very proud to do my red vote. Thank you.
Speaker. Madam
Right.
Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Appreciate it. So the idea that we're going to compete with China and win with solar panels is probably the most nonsensical thing I've heard in a long time. What we need is actual power generation. We need power generation like nuclear, like natural gas, and we need to build that yesterday. And the idea that we're going to win the AI wars against China with solar panels is utterly stupid, and no one believes it. I'm just shocked I even just heard that. So let's go ahead and cover the entire Eastern Shore and Southern Maryland and Western Maryland and elsewhere with solar panels, fencing them off on 100-acre farms. The wildlife can't get through. Then you have the heavy metals falling from the solar panels into the soils, and you call yourselves environmentalists? You're not environmentalists. Come on. This is just a grift from the big solar who started out saying they wanted solar panels on rooftops, and when they figured out they were causing leaky roofs by putting them on rooftops, they wanted an easier grift, which is exactly what this is. So I agree, we do need more power generation, but this is not the way we're going to get it. In fact, we're going to have more blackouts by heading in this direction. So I think China wins by forcing this upon us, as opposed to the alternative, which is actual baseload power generation. So for all of those reasons, I'm voting no. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To explain my vote.
Explain your vote.
I want so badly to support a bill like this. I wanted to support a lot of different energy-related bills because, and I mean, I've said it, I don't know how many times this session, but the Maryland Piedmont Reliability Project has completely flipped our county upside down over the last, I don't even know at this point, 8, 9, 10 months. And the number one thing for a lot of us coming from Carroll, Frederick, and Baltimore counties was to make some significant changes to how we handle energy and public utilities in this state. And since the beginning of session, I've been keeping track of all these different bills, it's not just every bill that's in ECM, but bills that I thought were related to the trouble that we're facing in Carroll County. And I just had my staff go through them the other day. Stuck in the House, stuck in committee. And these are bills that were introduced both by senators, by delegates, from both sides of the aisle. And I mean, the overwhelming majority of these bills they never moved, they never went anywhere. And instead, we've got 3, mega bills that were assembled that have a smorgasbord of different subjects kind of all thrown in there. And I would have loved to, I really wish I could have voted for these bills, but unfortunately, I don't think these bills are going to do anything to help us with the issues we're facing in Carroll or quite frankly, the overall larger problem of energy generation in the state. So with that, I'm voting no.
Clerk will take the call. There being 97 votes in the affirmative, House Bill 1036, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Clerk, read next bill.
House Bill 1037, Energy Resource Adequacy and Planning Act.
It's on third reading and final passage. Is there any debate?
Madam Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As my colleague said, there are a lot of positives in these bills that we do support. And this has been difficult, and the discussions have been difficult, and we have offered a lot of common sense amendments, as well as we had a lot of bills that we put in that represented the needs of our counties. I did have one, because this one was particularly important to me, about how we plan and how we plan for the future and what we do. So if I could ask the floor leader a question.
Vice Chair of the committee.
Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I know we talked a little bit about it yesterday, but I don't think we actually got to the numbers. Do you know what the cost is to set up that Office of Strategic Energy Planning Office?
Yep, so I would take all three bills in totality, but if you're trying to narrow down and specify the actual cost, it's roughly, give or take, $5 million a year.
Okay, so we have to have those comprehensive integrated resource plans that we talked about yesterday, because they model future demand, resource adequacy, emissions compliance, and transmission constraints. So this long-range planning will help us better define and remedy the infrastructure needs and have better energy planning for Maryland. However, I still am struggling with setting up this office on the backs of ratepayers. So we'll increase their costs while claiming to prioritize them, as we have multiple times. Can you help me make sense of that? Because you did say it was kind of political as far as funding it through the C fund.
No, I said we made the funding non-political or as apolitical as we possibly could. Additionally, if you take 1035, through 1035, we believe there will be hundreds of millions of dollars saved in the ratepayers through just making them justify unnecessary upgrades through the STRIDE program, through things as banning reconciliations in favor of the utilities, also in-house labor requirements, because a pole replacement is almost double when you use contractor labor versus in-house labor. And just going back to the reconciliations, BGE's reconciliation from last year, which we have now stopped through this bill, is $40 million, or about, well, it's probably $30 million in savings. And they will not be allowed to do that in any of the preceding years going on for their current multi-year rate plan. So in total, sure. I mean, in total, we are definitely saving hundreds of millions of dollars. But sure, if you want to isolate this one piece, this one cost provision, it's $5 million, but we think it's money well spent because we're tired of relying on PJM data, which the utilities control all of it, and twist it in their favor.
I don't think my amendment that I did put on it, I don't think it had anything to do with PJM data. It just actually put it still in our control, in our hands, because this would still be our office regardless of how it was funded. And to say, again, I just took exception with saying that it would be a political funding of it. Was there anything in the C fund that is taken out for general fund or any purposes for administration of offices and other?
I guess I don't want to insinuate you were implying one thing or another. I thought you meant the structure or mechanism to which we set up the office, right? That is what we were trying to make apolitical. What we have said is that in terms of the funding, that funding source has nothing to do with the office, so why would we fund it from something that has absolutely nothing to do with the office? I apologize. Now I'm remembering exactly what your amendment did. What we are saying is that data benefits all the ratepayers, so all the ratepayers should then fund that office. Similar structure to OPC.
And I'm going to stand that I still can't support it because we still can't keep pushing back things on the backs of ratepayers when we have the funding of an office that is designed to do these exact.
Is there any further debate? Clerk, if not, the clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker?
To explain my vote, Madam Speaker.
Oh. Can you let the people get out of here yet?
Oh, did you say go ahead? I'm sorry.
No, I did not.
Okay.
Waiting for the members to get back to their seats. Now, what is your issue?
I'd like to explain my vote, Madam Speaker.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I stand to explain my red vote and say, here we are, 35 hours from sine die, and this body is passing out 3 House bills dealing with the most pressing issue our constituents face today, which is their unaffordable gas and electric bills. Unfortunately, these bills will do little to nothing to address those pressing issues, where we have seniors saying they are having to choose between medication and their BGE bill. We should have done more. We should have addressed this 2 months ago. This is too little, too late.
Is there any further debate? If not, the clerk will take the call. There being 97 votes in the affirmative, House Bill 1037, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Calendar of third reading, Senate bills, number 55. Clerk will read the first bill.
Senate Bill 909, Energy Resource Adequacy and Planning Act.
Is on third reading and final passage. Are there any amendments to the bill or to its title? Is there any debate? Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have an amendment at the desk. Amendment number 173628-1.
Amendment number 1.
Move so much be considered the reading of the amendment.
So ordered.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So this bill establishes the Strategic Energy Planning Office, and the bill requires that every 3 years the office shall develop a comprehensive wholesale energy markets and bulk power systems risk report. And then a little further down in the bill, it says that the same risk report shall include an energy and demand forecasts that contain reasonable 20-year projections for electricity load and energy demands for transmission zones and electric service territories. And when it comes to forecasting, I think it's important to have short, intermediate, and long-term forecasts. And when we're talking about 20-year projection for the energy and demand forecast portion of the report, we're obviously talking about a long-range forecast. Which I'm completely fine with. I like the 20 years, keep that, no issues there. But I think it's also important that we have short and intermediate term forecasts. So my amendment is simply asking that in addition to having a 20-year projection, the report should include a 3-year, 5-year, and a 10-year. I spoke with the vice chair, and I appreciate him taking the time to speak with me this morning. It sounds like what I'm asking for in the amendment is actually in the legislative intent of the bill, and if the vice chair could clarify it, I appreciate it.
Madam Speaker.
Vice Chair.
And I do appreciate the maker of the amendment. And to clarify, it is a 20-year projection to mimic or mirror the data that they are, or the reports that they are performing at PJM. And it is not just a single data point. It gets all the data through that 20-year forecast. And so therefore, we do not believe, and I understand the intent of and the language of your amendment, but we believe that through this language, it is captured. When you do a 20-year analysis, you're going to be able to see what the analysis is at 3, at 5, at 10. Pick any year up to 20, and you will be able to get that data.
Okay. So I do, yeah. So I think that's great, and I think it'd be completely fine to make it crystal clear and put that language in the bill. I'll still push to move the amendment, but I do appreciate you clarifying that. Thank you.
Okay.
Madam Speaker.
Yes, Vice Chair.
Thank you. I'm going to ask the body to resist the amendment based on what we just discussed. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay. Question for the House is the adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? Clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker.
Has everyone recorded their vote? The clerk will take the call. There being 97 votes in the negative, the amendment fails. Are there any additional amendments to the bill or to its title? Is there any further debate? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone care to change their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. There being 97 votes in the affirmative, Senate Bill 909, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Clerk, read next bill.
Senate Bill 931, Public Utilities Generating Stations, Generation and Siting, Renewable Energy Certainty Act.
Is on third reading and final passage. Are there any amendments to the bill or to its title? Is there any debate? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone care to change their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. There being 98 votes in the affirmative, Senate Bill 931, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Clerk, read next bill.
Senate Bill 937, Electricity and Gas, Emissions Reductions, Rate Regulation, Cost Recovery, Infrastructure Planning, Renewable Energy Portfolio Standard, and Energy Assistance Programs, Next Generation Energy Act.
Is on third reading and final passage. Is there any debate?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have an amendment at the desk. The amendment is 813822.
Amendment number 1.
Move so be consider the reading the amendment.
So ordered.
Thank you so much. So we had a discussion, I believe yesterday, and the chair of the committee made a point that I listened to, and I said, heck yeah. He said, or maybe he asked the question, if we're going to prohibit the use of eminent domain, shouldn't we do so for any type of power generation? And you know, as we move forward with our power projects in the state so we can plan and deliver sufficient power to everyone, I'm concerned that there's going to be significant use of eminent domain, whether it's solar or some other technology. So I did as the chair asked, and I created an amendment that would prohibit the use of eminent domain for any type of power generation station. So I think this is an issue that, frankly, most people hate. They don't like the idea of the state or some other entity coming in and taking your property. I think we're in a bit of a pinch here, and I don't want to see property owners lose their property. I want to protect property rights, and I think we could take a vote on this simple amendment to ensure property rights for all Marylanders, so I'd move the amendment.
Committee Chair. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think it was a point that the committee chair made yesterday. I don't think he necessarily agreed to that, and it is a slippery slope that once you let it, the state's power for eminent domain go for one industry, I'm sure everyone will come in here and do so. And the state is not going to give up its authority or power for reasons that, you know, you have potential national emergencies or there is a major impact on the grid. And for those reasons and the same reasons we discussed yesterday, we're going to ask the body to resist the amendment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay. Question for the House is the adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? Clerk, call the roll.
Madam Speaker?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Clerk will take the call. There being 97 votes in the negative, the amendment fails. Are there any additional amendments to the bill or to its title? Okay. Is there any further debate? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone care to change their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. There being 97 votes in the affirmative, Senate Bill 937, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed.
Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to be
Change.
recorded green on House Bill 1035.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to be recorded in the
Yes.
red on Senate Bill 931, please. Thank you.
Get your slips up.
Madam Speaker, House Bill 1035 to read. Thank you.
All right, we're going to take approximately a 30-minute break, technically 27 minutes, but so if any of the committees wants to get together with their folks, please do so. And if anyone wants to eat, we encourage you to do so. Yes. Committee? Yes.
Sorry.
Appropriation.
Madam Speaker, appropriations is going to vote in the silver room. Thank you.
Okay. Yes. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Health and Government Operations Committee will meet right now, immediately after, in the old Senate chambers with the Appropriations Committee.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm sorry, where are you going? Wherever. The House Judiciary Committee may be looking for a place to meet. We're looking for the old House chamber. Can we do that? We'll be voting in the old House chamber immediately.
All right. ECM.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The House Economic Matters Committee will be meeting out in the hallway for a voting session. Come near the end by the closed off doors at the other end. Thank you.
Ways and Means.
Ways and Means, we will meet at 1:15 in the silver room to vote.
Environment. We'll see you in 30 minutes. 30 minutes. Quorum call.
Madam Speaker,
Clerk will call the roll. There being 131 members present, the House is still in session. House Bill amended in the Senate. House Bill 222. The clerk will read the bill and the Senate amendments.
House Bill 222, Public Safety, Fuel Gas Piping Systems, and Corrugated Stainless Steel Tubing, Prohibitions and Study, Amendment Number 1.
Recognizing the committee chair.
thank you, Madam Speaker. We move not to concur with the Senate amendments.
Motion before the House is to not to concur in the Senate amendments. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Amendments are rejected. Clerk will read the message to the Senate.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, the House of Delegates refuses to concur in the Senate amendments and respectfully requests the Senate recede from its position. Should the Senate prefer a conference committee to confer the disagreeing votes of the two houses, the House appoints Delegate Holmes chair, Delegate Stewart, Delegate Baker. Said bill is returned herewith.
Concurrence calendar number 20. House bills amended in the Senate. The clerk will read the bill and the Senate amendments. 20, calendar number 20.
House Bill 238, State Lottery, Instant Ticket Lottery Machines, Veterans and Fraternal Organizations, Amendment Number 1.
Recognizing the committee chair.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Move to concur with the Senate amendments.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. House Bill 328 is on third reading and final passage. The clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker,
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone care to change their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. There being 127 votes in the affirmative, House Bill 328, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Clerk will read the next bill.
House Bill 426, Election Law, Post-Election Tabulation Audits, Risk Limiting Audits, Amendment Number 1.
I don't have the thing. Hold on. Recognizing the floor leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Move to concur with the Senate amendments.
Question for the House is to concur in the Senate amendments. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker?
Yes.
Hi. I just have a quick question for the floor leader.
Committee chair.
Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. Can you just tell me what the amendments are now?
It's technical and clarifying and conform the bill to the Senate cross-file that we passed.
Okay, so it doesn't change anything
Correct.
substantive. Okay, thanks.
Okay. House Bill 426 is on third reading and final passage. Clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker,
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone care to change their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. There being 104 votes in the affirmative, House Bill 426, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Clerk will read the next bill.
House Bill 983, Election Law, Local Boards of Elections, Language Assistance Program, Amendment Number 1.
Recognizing the committee chair.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Move to concur with the Senate amendments.
Question for the House is to concur in the Senate amendments. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. House Bill 983 is on third reading and final passage.
Madam Speaker.
Clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker,
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone care to change their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. There being 97 votes in the affirmative, House Bill 983, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed.
Madam Speaker,
Yes.
I'd like to be recorded in the green on House Bill 328. Thank you.
Concurrence calendar. Concurrence calendar number 14. The clerk will read the bill and the Senate amendment.
House Bill 59, property tax sales, revisions, amendment number 1.
Recognizing the committee chair.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Move to concur with the Senate amendments.
Question for the House is to concur in the Senate amendments. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. House Bill 59 is on third reading and final passage. The clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone care to change their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. There being 129 votes in the affirmative, House Bill 59, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Clerk will read the next bill.
House Bill 161, primary and secondary education, comprehensive health education framework established, amendment number 1.
Committee chair.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Move to concur with the Senate amendments.
Question for the House is to concur in the Senate amendments. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Yes.
I want to ask some questions of the floor leader.
Committee chair.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Looking at this bill really quick, it looks like the Senate, the amendment they offered, they struck the entire bill and inserted a brand new bill with complete new language. What does the bill do?
Okay, I was waiting on a question. So the bill creates a due process procedure whereby each county and the city has to follow the state regulation and curriculum guidelines. And if they don't, and the state is put on notice, then they have an opportunity to cure that deficiency. If they don't cure that deficiency, then they can have monies withheld from their jurisdiction.
So no one had a chance to weigh in on this, because the bill is completely new, correct?
Well, this was 2023 version. As you, I'm sure, are aware, it took me 3 years to try to get this bill done, and this was a 2023 iteration of the bill. So we have in the past had testimony on this.
Okay, I don't remember. I didn't know that. I didn't know there was a 2023 bill. I knew this was the third year we had this bill, and folks, if you remember, this was the bill that dealt with gender identity and sexual orientation, made it its own standalone curriculum, and removed the parents opt-out. So now we have a bill. It looks like there's all types of, all content and curriculum is going to be decided at the state board. Is that how this works?
So that's current practice. It's codifying current practice. So currently, all curriculum, health ed, which is what I focused on, math, science, art, all of it is decided at the state level by representatives of every single jurisdiction. And the counties are supposed to be following those guidelines that are set. They can tweak it to meet their local needs. And actually, currently, if they're not following it, the comptroller can withhold funds. This creates an actual due process procedure where they have to do some corrective action if they are not complying with the state regulations.
So it doesn't incentivize a local district from implementing the state curriculum. It penalizes them if they don't. That's so?
Well, a jurisdiction shouldn't be incentivized to do what they're supposed to already be doing.
Okay. Well, I appreciate the answering the question. Some comments, Madam Speaker, on it's due for final passage. Look, this bill's been beat to death over the last couple years. The bill is completely stricken and rewritten. We're told all the time that we can't do that. Bring it back to next year. It's a new bill. But yet, here it is for the majority party. The bill basically says, and I've been told all year about Elon Musk, an unelected bureaucrat. This takes an unelected board and puts it in control of their curriculum. Now, not a single school board in the state has had a chance to weigh in on this. So we go through all this trouble to elect good people to our school boards, and then we jerk this power away from them. That doesn't make a lot of sense. And then either does the portion of the back of the bill that has to deal with defunding the schools. So if you don't do what your central government tells you to, well, guess what? We can claw back the money. This destroys local control. This is the reason why, despite records amounts of money going into education, bills like this are the reason why homeschooling is at an all-time high. And it will continue to go up. I'll be voting red. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker?
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to reiterate what the good gentleman from St. Mary's said. I have my rule book out, Rule 46. If you look at this bill, the entire purpose paragraph is completely stricken out, including the title. Rule 46 says no bill or resolution may be amended in its passage through the House or by a conference committee by the use of the phrase strike out everything after the words, quote, a bill, or by any other amendment or series of amendments with the effect of changing the original purpose of the bill. That is exactly what this amendment does. So if anybody dares to call Rule 46 on me again, I'll remind them about this delicate piece of work.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just to clarify and edify the body, our rules, which were somewhat referred to just then, this bill was amended in the Senate and it was not subject to a conference committee. Okay, bye.
Madam Speaker,
Yes.
if I could ask the floor leader a couple questions.
Committee Chair.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. So just to follow up on the questions earlier, who exactly develops the content and the curriculum at the state level?
So currently, that is developed by the State Board of Ed in consultation with committees, and the committees are made up of members of every single jurisdiction.
All right, and is there a public input process in that?
Yes.
Okay. And then, so it looks like it pretty much is state control. Is there a right to appeal if the state determines that locals in violation of the state curriculum or standards? Is there a right for that county to appeal?
So currently there is not, but if you pass this legislation, there will be. You can, the county can do a corrective action plan, go over it with the local superintendent and the state superintendent, and if they're deemed to be in compliance, then that's that.
But the state superintendent has the final word?
Yes.
Okay. And then my last question, it says they may withhold funds, but it doesn't specify how much funds would be withheld. How much?
Correct. That's correct. It doesn't specify an amount.
So it could be anywhere from $1 to their entire amount?
Correct.
And that's at the discretion of the state superintendent?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Speaker,
Yes.
question for the floor leader, please.
Committee Chair.
Committee Chair, I apologize.
Thank you.
Hello. Just to, obviously, this is completely different than what we voted on back in January. The first change to the bill was the title in itself. So, you know, on the board in here, it says the Comprehensive Health Education Framework. Why was it changed to the County Board of Education Curriculum Guides and Courses of Study?
Well, the Senate, in their wisdom, changed it. So you would have to ask the Senate, but I'm guessing that their thought was they expanded it, not just from the health curriculum, but to all curriculums.
Okay, because you mentioned that this resembles the bill that you had presented in 2023, so I would imagine that you would have more clarification on that bill since this is similar to then.
Well, I don't know why they changed the title. I wasn't part of their deliberations. I don't know why they changed the title.
Okay, so, but is this bill similar to what you had presented in 23?
Yes.
Okay, and why didn't it pass, or what was the status? What happened back then?
It passed the House. It did not pass the Senate.
Okay, and why didn't it pass the Senate? Because I wasn't here, I'm just asking for clarification.
I am not a member of that body. I do not know.
Okay, I would have guess that there would have been some follow-up. The other question I have is, the original bill, the original HB 161, because this is certainly not it, it had language, and the bill read that the Board of Education would create age-appropriate curriculum that's consistent with the comprehensive health education framework, and it said that there would be procedures for parents or guardians to opt out of a certain topic, or parents or guardians, that language is totally taken out of the bill, the current bill. So can parents opt out?
Yes, they can opt out of family life, because so the way it works is the state, again, for all of my colleagues, the way that I know not everybody's on Ways and Means, but the way that it works is the state develops the state curriculum guidelines for each local jurisdiction. The local jurisdiction can tweak those guidelines based on their local needs. We are not changing the opt-out, which is currently in those state guidelines. So jurisdictions have to offer families the opportunity to opt out of the family life portion of their curriculum. And if a family chooses to do that, then they have to offer an alternative education materials for that student.
Okay, so parents can opt out of certain curriculum or certain subjects or topics. Can you remind us again what those topics are that parents can opt out of?
So I'm only speaking to the health curriculum. They can opt out of family life and human sexuality.
And that's it?
In the health curriculum, yes.
Okay. So back to where we were in January, they can't opt out of gender identity and expression, the kindergarten curriculum?
The way the current education standards are, gender identity and, what did you just ask me about? Gender
identity and expression, the
that is
kindergarten
included in family life and human sexuality, so you can opt out of that. By opting out of family life and human sexuality, you're opting out of that.
Okay, but the state board has set forth, I guess this bill is saying that the state is requiring schools to follow their curriculum exactly, and they cannot alter the curriculum or make any changes. Is that what I'm understanding?
No. So they have to follow the guidelines, which are just very broad, and each local jurisdiction, each LEA can adopt that subject matter how they see fit.
Okay, so I just want to go back to the family life lessons here. So you said that anything under family life. So does family life also include the same gender and physical and sexual attraction, the 4th grade lesson? Is that under family life?
I am not looking at it right now. Yeah. Under current, yes, it does.
And parents can opt out of that?
Yes.
Okay, and then the under family life is the sex assigned at birth, the 6th grade lesson. Can parents opt out of that?
You can opt out of anything that you're going to read to me under the family life and human sexuality, yes.
Okay, so you're saying yes to that question?
You can opt out of it, yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so the 7th grade lesson?
I received a notice for when my son's in 6th grade and 7th grade, and now for my other 6th grader. I get emails. I think they should take the class. The school says if you want to opt out, send us an email back and we'll have an alternative form of education. I don't respond because I think it's appropriate that they learn these things.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, that's obviously your prerogative. I think that all parents, think differently, and we have to respect the differences in the families that attend our schools.
So you can opt out. You can opt out. For everyone listening, you can opt out, and I'm going to opt to sit down.
Well, I just want to make a I'm not going to say final because I may come back to this depending on where this goes. But, one of the other things that I mentioned that is mentioned here is that the school sets metrics for acquiring knowledge or the performance metrics for the students based on English, math, science, history, or social studies. But we don't have any metrics for the comprehensive health education framework. But what I would like to bring to your attention is that this health education framework was implemented in 2020, and it's supposed to improve the physical, mental well-being of our students, but we have seen the opposite. So if we look back at 2020, the obesity rate for students was 29%. It's now 36%. Children suffering from anxiety and depression in our schools in the state of Maryland is up 36%. So this comprehensive framework, I just want you all to understand what you're voting on, because it has done more harm than good to our students. And I feel like the people that are pushing this, or maybe lacking understanding in it, maybe their kids go to public school, or they go to private school, or they may be homeschooled. But we have to understand what our students are being taught. And this has done more damage physically, mentally, sexually even, confusing the kids. So if you haven't taken a look at this curriculum, please do so. But we need to fight against it because it's damaging our children. We can't compete. I heard China mentioned a couple of times here today. We're not competing with China because we're teaching kids everything that is not preparing them for college, career, or their futures, because we're turning our schools into social service agencies. That's what we're doing. We're not focusing enough on academics, and this is part of the problem here. So I will gladly vote red on this bill.
Madam Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you. I have a question for the floor leader, the committee chairwoman, please.
Committee chair.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Good afternoon. I heard you answer a good colleague from Anne Arundel County's questions about the, quote, health curriculum, but can parents opt their kids out of books being read to them at the preschool, kindergarten, and so on level, or only just the, quote, health classes?
That is not covered by this bill.
So this bill will ensure that this lawsuit at the Supreme Court goes forward, because, as you know, parents are arguing that refusing to let their kids opt out of classes infringed on their First Amendment rights. The policy gives parents who include Muslims, Catholics, Ukrainian Orthodox families, quote, no protection against forced participation in ideological instruction by government schools. For instance, I know in one of the counties, a book they read in pre-K or K is called Jack, Not Jackie, that talks about a 4 or 5-year-old girl who becomes a boy and cuts her hair and then identifies as a boy. And parents of these persuasions and others cannot opt their kids out of that, can they?
So you are talking about a Montgomery County policy that has been taken to the Supreme Court. This has nothing to do with that. Each jurisdiction does not follow whatever the policies are in Montgomery County. So at the statewide level, they set a framework. So a framework is the local jurisdictions have to follow the framework, but again, can tweak it to whatever their local LEAs find acceptable. And so not every jurisdiction is doing what happened in that circumstance. So this doesn't have anything to do with that.
But it's my understanding that the framework includes teaching gender ideology through language arts beginning in pre-K. So that's part of the state framework.
No, the state framework, I'm only talking about the health education framework. In kindergarten, talks about respecting people that are different. That's actually what it says.
And I think there's additional in the language arts. I can't pull it up right now because unfortunately, we haven't had the opportunity to really dig into this, but when this bill had come up before, I found the framework and read it, and that is indeed what's going on. So thank you. I'm surprised that this is a completely different bill and that we, again, now have, 32 hours until we finish, and that's when 58 hours. Thank you, sir. So thank you for your explanation.
Madam Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you. I just had a quick question for the floor leader so I can understand.
Chair.
Or committee chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to make sure I'm understanding. So the state sets up, so if a local school does not implement this certain framework, then the state can withhold funding?
Yes.
So is there a
specific? And that's current law.
Okay. So how would it work for this particular bill? Is there a certain amount they can withhold?
There is no certain amount, so that is up to the the discretion of the state. But if the state superintendent receives notice that a certain jurisdiction is not following whatever curriculum is being alleged that they're not, then they have 30 days to cure that. And they have to make a corrective action plan, and they will go over that corrective action plan with the state superintendent and the locals. And if that plan is being met, then everything is fine.
Okay. And thank you for explaining. I guess, yeah, I mean, so there is no certain amount, but that age, in terms of the grade level, that could be as young as how old? Or what grade is the lowest for this bill?
This applies to all curriculum that's being taught. So all of the math, science, so kindergarten through 12th grade.
Okay. And, all right, that helps me better understand. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker,
Yes,
I have a question for my committee chair.
committee chair.
I know, hey. Only because it's third reader, right? We're on third reader. Only because it's on third reader. And I do want to clarify a couple questions, and I know that you and I will be able to do that for people. One of the questions that I know is going to come up, and I apologize, we didn't have a lot of time in committee to discuss what the Senate did, so I do apologize for having to do this. But so one of the questions that I know I'm going to get is charter schools and how this impacts charter schools, or if it does impact charter schools.
It does not impact charter schools.
Okay, so they can still do their own curriculum and everything that they need to do. Okay, and then do we know about how much local control is left under this, or because it does talk a lot about content standards, curriculum, and curriculum resources, and there's a lot that's under that, which I would encourage people to read. Do we know how much local control is, and did MABE or anybody contact you or anything about what the Senate did?
So, to your second question, no. To the
Okay.
first question, how much local control is left, it's the same as what they had before.
Okay.
It doesn't change that.
Okay, and then as far as, I know we're getting a lot of questions about the opt-out, and does this give the state board the authority, or the state, or MSDE, because there was a lot of departmental authority given, if they decide to change it? I know they're looking at the framework this summer. If they do decide to change that, how often can they change it? If they don't have to go back through the legislative body if they would take the opt-out out or change the framework around. They wouldn't have to come back through us, is that right?
So this bill doesn't dictate how often they can change curriculum. So whatever their current plan is on how often they revisit math, science, language arts, whatever the curriculum may be, this does not affect that.
Okay, but they would have the authority if they wanted to change the opt-out. They could do that without having to come. So if they wanted to put the framework in the posture that the bill was
Correct.
original in, they could do that.
They could.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
House Bill 161 is on third reading and final passage. The clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker?
To explain my vote.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you so much. I'm voting red on this, and I'd like to read you some of the gender ideology that will be forced on our counties from a kindergarten lesson. You will notice that the lesson refers to girls and boys, males and female, but by identifying body parts. Kindergarten lessons on gender identity and genitalia are nearly identical to those used in first grade. Third grade lessons are even worse. So this is not a good bill, and I'm glad to vote red.
Madam Speaker,
Yes,
to explain my vote,
explain your
I
vote.
am proud to press the green button on this bill. This has been incredible work by the chair of the committee to work to make sure, to be clear, that school systems that do not follow the state-mandated framework to build their education curriculum are held to account through a process. That's all this does. An already existing process is there. It already happens. The superintendent can already withhold funding from every single LEA in our state. They can already do that right now. This bill simply codifies the process by which we look at that. I want to push back on the gentlelady from Baltimore County's comments. There is no such thing as gender ideology anywhere in our curriculum. Those words don't exist. Make sure all the cameras get it. Gender ideology does not exist in our curriculum at all, anywhere. We teach kids to respect one another, to be kind, compassionate. If they're different than you, that's okay, because we all are different, and we should be kind and compassionate to one another because of it. To sit on this floor and punch down on some people in our community is really sad. We teach a culturally inclusive curriculum in the state of Maryland. We should be proud of that. And it is age appropriate at every single age, from elementary school to middle school to high school. I'm very proud to push green on this. Thank you,
Madam Speaker. To explain my vote. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm just really tickled to see that the body has changed their opinion on administrations, let's say, withholding funding from people when they don't do what the leadership of the administration wants them to do. I'm so happy to see how glad you guys are, and I hope you'll be supporting Trump and all the money that he starts pulling away from us because we do things like that.
Clerk will take the call. There being 97 votes in the affirmative, House Bill 161, having received the constitutional majority, is declared passed. Clerk, read the next bill.
House Bill 593, Public Libraries Automated External Defibrillator Program, Romano A. Russell Act, Amendment Number 1.
Committee Chair.
I apologize. The economic matter folks were distracting me. Move to concur with the Senate amendments.
Question for the House is to concur in the Senate amendments. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. House Bill 593 is on third reading and final passage. The clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker.
Yes.
Explain my vote, Madam Speaker.
Go ahead.
Body, some of you may or may not know this. My father's life was saved by an automated external defibrillator 29 years ago next week. I know sometimes we don't always like bills that add cost to either businesses or libraries, but I support this bill because I'm not sure what my life will be like without my father for the last 29 years. I support this bill. I support the work of the committee. I support the bill sponsor. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay. Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone care to change their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. There being 131 votes in the affirmative, House Bill 593, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Clerk, read next bill.
House Bill 879, Task Force to Improve Attendance and Reduce Chronic Absenteeism in Schools, Amendment Number 1.
Recognizing the committee chair.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Move to concur with the Senate amendments.
Question for the House is to concur in the Senate amendments. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. House Bill 879 is on third reading and final passage. Clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone care to change their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. There being 135 votes in the affirmative, House Bill 879, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Please walk it back that way. Recognizing the committee chair of the judiciary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If I could ask the House Judiciary Committee to meet with me in the Old House Chamber. I'd appreciate it.
10 minutes. Judiciary. Call.
Madam Speaker.
Has everyone recorded their presence? If so, the clerk will take the call. There being 137 members present, the House is still in session. Message from the Senate. Yes, I'm sorry. Committee.
Madam Speaker.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, very quickly, because they just popped in, I wanted to recognize a couple people. First, I want to recognize a former member of the U.S. House of Representatives who represented East Central Indiana for 20 years. His name is Phil Sharp, and he's a very good friend of mine and my partner who is here, Patrick Burns, everyone, if you just recognize them.
Okay. Message from the Senate, House Bill 504. The clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 504, Excellence in Maryland Public Schools Act, Amendment Number 1.
The clerk will read the message from the Senate.
Ladies and gentlemen of the House of Delegates, the Senate does not recede the Senate amendments and agrees to a conference committee to confer on the disagreeing votes of the two houses. The House has appointed Delegate Barnes chair, Delegate Atterbury, Delegate Smith. The Senate appoints Senator Gazzoni chair, Senator King, Senator Watson, and Senator Siling. Said bill is returned herewith.
House bill amended in the Senate, House Bill 579. The clerk will read the bill and the Senate amendments.
House Bill 579, Criminal Procedure U, Non-Immigrant Status Petitions and Immigration Enforcement at Sensitive Locations, Amendment Number 1.
Recognizing the committee chair.
Madam Speaker, we move not to concur.
Motion before the House is to not to concur in the Senate amendments. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. The amendments are rejected. Clerk will read the message to the Senate.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, the House of Delegates refuses to concur in the Senate amendments and respectfully requests the Senate recede from its position. Should the Senate prefer a conference committee to confer the disagreeing votes of the two houses, the House appoints Delegate Moon chair, Delegate Embry, and Delegate Valentine. Said bill is returned herewith.
House bill amended in the Senate, House Bill 1244. The clerk will read the bill and the Senate amendments.
House Bill 1244, Maryland Developmental Disabilities Administration Waiver Advisory Council Establishment, Amendment Number 1.
Recognizing the committee chair.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The committee will not concur with the Senate amendment.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. The amendments are rejected. Clerk will read the message to the Senate.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, the House of Delegates refuses to concur in the Senate amendments and respectfully requests the Senate recede from its position. Should the Senate prefer a conference committee to confer the disagreeing votes of the two houses, the House appoints Delegate Bagnall chair, Delegate Hutchison, and Delegate Martinez. Said bill is returned herewith.
Messages, House Bill 78. The clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 78, State Commission of Real Estate Appraisers, Appraisal Management Companies, and Home Inspectors, Sunset Extension and Report.
The clerk will read the message from the Senate.
Ladies and gentlemen of the House of Delegates, the Senate does not recede in the Senate amendments. The Senate respectfully requests the House reconsider and concur. Said bill is returned herewith.
The clerk will read the message to the Senate.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, the House of Delegates refuses to concur in the Senate amendments and respectfully requests the Senate recede from its position. Said bill is returned herewith.
House bill amended in the Senate, House Bill 427. The clerk will read the bill and the Senate amendments.
House Bill 427, State Board of Public Accountancy, Emeritus Status, Amendment Number 1.
Recognizing the committee chair.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Move to not concur.
Motion from the House, before the House, is to not concur in the Senate amendments. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. The amendments are rejected. The clerk will read the message to the Senate.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, the House of Delegates refused to concur in the Senate amendments and respectfully requests the Senate recede from its position. Said bill is returned herewith.
House bill amended in the Senate, House Bill 1007, the clerk will read the bill and the Senate amendments.
House Bill 1007, Disability and Life Insurance Medical Information Genetic Testing Protection Act, Amendment Number 1.
Recognizing the committee chair.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The committee chooses not to concur. Thank you. Suggest that the Senate receive from their amendments.
The motion before the House is to not concur in the Senate amendments. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. The amendments are rejected. Clerk will read the message to the Senate.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, the House of Delegates refused to concur in the Senate amendments and respectfully request the Senate recede from its position. Said bills are returned herewith.
Okay. Quorum call.
Madam Speaker.
Has everyone recorded their presence? If so, the clerk will take the call. There being 137 members present, the House is still in session. Calendar of third reading, Senate bills number 54. Clerk will read the first bill.
Senate Bill 259, Election Law, Local Boards of Elections, Election Plan Requirements.
It's on third reading and final passage. Are there any amendments to the bill or to its title? Is there any debate?
Madam Speaker?
Yes.
Briefly. So this bill, and please, I encourage my colleagues from the Ways and Means Committee, if I get this wrong, to correct me. Many of us voted against this bill in committee because the original version had the Attorney General overseeing the enforcement of the regulation of the placement of ballot boxes throughout the state, and the bill was amended to reflect that now the nonpartisan State Board of Elections retains the authority over that. And as a result, I intend to vote for the bill. The bill had a lot of good postures to it, but that was very problematic for many of us. But it is my understanding, unless someone corrects me, I believe I'm right, and the vice chair, the chair of the subcommittee is nodding at me. I'll take that as affirmation. That was changed in response to our concerns, and I'm happy to support the bill. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any amendments to the bill or to its title? Is there any debate? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone care to change their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. There being 132 votes in the affirmative, Senate Bill 259, having received the constitutional majority, is declared passed. Clerk will read the next bill.
Senate Bill 550, Baltimore City Property Tax Authority to establish a subclass and special rate for vacant property owned by nonprofit organizations.
It's on third reading and final passage. Are there any amendments to the bill or to its title? Is there any debate? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone care to change their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. There being 130 votes in the affirmative, Senate Bill 550, having received the constitutional majority, is declared passed. Clerk will read the next bill.
Senate Bill 596, Washington County Property Tax Multi-Use Facilities and Economic Development Projects.
Is on third reading and final passage. Are there any amendments to the bill or to its title? Is there any debate? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone care to change their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. There being 134 votes in the affirmative, Senate Bill 596, having received the constitutional majority, is declared passed. Clerk will read the next bill.
Senate Bill 773, Health Benefit Plans, Calculation of Cost-Sharing Contribution Requirements.
It's on third reading and final passage. Are there any amendments to the bill or to its title? Is there any debate? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone care to change their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. There being 135 votes in the affirmative, Senate Bill 773, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Clerk will read the next bill.
Senate Bill 828, Immigration Enforcement Sensitive Locations Access Guidance and Policies Protecting Sensitive Locations Act.
It's on third reading and final passage. Are there any amendments to the bill or to its title?
Madam Speaker,
Is there any debate? Yes.
You got an amendment.
Actually, let me.
He was up before you.
So I'd like to special order this bill to the appropriate time on Monday, if I could.
Why?
Because the bill was completely changed, and I'd like to have an opportunity over my Sunday while sitting with my kids to review it.
Committee Chair.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Respectfully, we believe that the House has had plenty of time to read this legislation. We had a good debate just a day or two ago, and we're ready to go forward. So I'd ask the body to resist the motion to special order.
Okay.
So I'll strike that. I'd like to use Rule 53C2 and hold the bill over for an hour.
Why?
For the same reason as before, to review it. So I just need 4 people to stand up to support that. There you go. 1 hour.
Yeah, our rules allow after the 65th day for a layover to be for 1 hour, up to 1 hour. I thought he was offering an amendment.
Yeah, my office.
You have the amendment number?
Yep, my office is working on it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Oh no, you have to offer it at the same time.
So that's the reason why.
Hold on. We have an amendment. It's pending. So just 1 hour. Unless the gentleman from St. Mary's wants to request the rule, and then with his amendment.
Madam Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
Okay.
It's amendment number 453227/1.
Amendment number 1.
So be considered reading an amendment.
So ordered.
Yesterday we had some debate on this bill, and the majority leader stood up and read off a list. And this bill deals with detainers, and it eliminates, as amended, it eliminates the 287G program. And a detainer is when ICE offers an administrative detainer for a past criminal, and the criminal is at the jail or correction facility. They're asking the jail, the correction facility, to hold them for a certain amount of time. And the majority leader read off a list of crimes that with this bill, when it passes, that we would honor the detainer. And it sounded like really good to me. I'm like, man, maybe I need to take a second look at this. We would hold a criminal if they had a crime of violence, any felony, use of a firearm, or illegally, of course, driving under the influence, engaging in organized criminal activities, and an Interpol. I was like, man, that sounds really good. Maybe the bill did get amended. But then once again, they forgot this little part here. It says, has been convicted on or after June 1st of 2025. So this is what I gave this example before. Illegal immigrant crosses the border in, let's say, California, commits a violent crime. He's prosecuted, adjudicated, deported. A couple years later, he's found back in Maryland and picked up on a misdemeanor. He's sitting at a correction facility. By this legislation, he would not have to, the correction facility would not have to honor the detainer because his conviction was before June 1st. And matter of fact, the floor leader confirmed that yesterday when she said, well, some illegal aliens are here, they might have plea bargained their case, and we don't want them to apply. We don't want this law to apply to them. Again, if they've committed a felony, act of violence, under the influence of driving under the influence, engaging in criminal activity, and they're in custody, why wouldn't we want to turn that person over the ICE? What's the opposite? What are we doing? What is the repercussions of not doing that is letting them back out in our neighborhood. And like I said yesterday, we have overwhelming public support for this. 84%. I went back and looked at a couple different polls. I can't find a poll recently that's under 76%. 84% statewide when we asked this question directly, and that polled in with 90% of African Americans and 81% again for Democrats. This is a bipartisan issue that we would like to have fixed, and this amendment would make this bill a good bit better. So with that and some directions from my friend, the whip up here, I would request that this amendment be laid over for an hour for possible consideration of the body. Thank you.
The question before the House is the adoption of the amendment. You can't do that. Did they ask?
No, it does. It's not automatic.
What? What is that? We're still waiting for that part.
Lay over the motion. The
Yeah,
motion
you
is to
didn't do
lay
it.
over the bill for an hour for consideration of the amendment.
Yeah, go ahead.
Madam Speaker? Madam Speaker, can I make a parliamentary inquiry?
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to ask the parliamentarian if she could explain Rule 53C2 and the last part of it. But upon the motion of any member supported by a majority of the members then present, the request for the layover shall not be granted.
Madam Speaker?
Recognizing Madam Parliamentarian.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't know if I have to explain it because you just read it, but what I would say, I think it's fairly clear that the layover after the 65th day is not automatic, and it can be voted down by a motion by any other member. So I would move that we take a vote.
Madam Speaker, I'd move that we not accept the motion to lay over and ask for a roll call vote on such.
All right. Roll call. A green vote supports the motion to not allow the layover. Clerk will take a call.
Madam Speaker?
Clerk will take the call. There being 96 votes in the affirmative. The motion to not allow the layover passes. Now we got to do the amendment. So.
Madam Speaker, I press the amendment.
Question for the House is the adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Oppose? Roll call. Clerk,
Madam
call
Speaker?
the roll. Clerk will take the call. The amendment fails.
Madam Speaker.
Are there any additional amendments to the bill or to its title? Yes.
Thank you so much. I have an amendment at the desk. It's Amendment 173529/1.
Amendment number 1.
Move so much be considered the reading of the amendment.
So ordered.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We had some discussion last year. Sorry I didn't get it to you, but the bill just popped up, and I recognized that with my friend from St. Mary's. But you don't need it because the amendment says if the person has been convicted of a sexual offense for which registration is required under Title 11, Subtitle 7 of the Criminal Procedure Article. So this just specifies, while we had some conversations about what sex offenses were felonies and what were not, this would assure Marylanders that if someone had committed a sex offense and they needed to be on the registry, that they would also be included. So I move my amendment.
Committee Chair?
The committee would like a copy of the amendment. No. I don't need that long. Court's indulgence.
Madam Speaker, we could lay it over for an hour.
That would be a no. What you got?
Madam Speaker.
Yes.
If I could ask a question of the delegate.
Yes.
Just to be clear, you're seeking to add a person who has been convicted of a sexual offense for which registration is required to the group of people who are considered a covered individual under the bill, correct?
Hold on.
Again, it's a covered individual under the 287G part of the bill.
And I requested the amendment, but as I am not a member of the Judiciary Committee, I'm sorry. Can you explain that to me? I am looking on the bill while you're asking me the question.
In the bill indicates that there are certain people for whom, if they are if they are convicted of a felony, that they must be before 48 hours before they're released, they have to be reported to immigration enforcement so that immigration enforcement can decide to pick them up. So one of the people would be a covered person, would be, under your amendment, somebody who has been convicted of a sexual offense for which registration is required under the criminal procedure article. So that is what your amendment does?
My intention of my amendment, and hopefully it was drafted correctly, was to include that these persons in the list of persons who've been convicted of a crime of violence, any felony, using a firearm, driving under the influence, et cetera, because yesterday I asked about sex offenders, and you told me that they were covered, but I had received additional information that said they potentially were not, because sex offenses against minors were not always a felony, and this would indeed ensure that sex offenders would be included in that list of felons.
The amendment appears to add sexual offenses in the 4th degree, which are misdemeanors and not felonies.
Okay.
And with an understanding that I just made with the minority whip, if that is your intention, and that appears to be as the amendment is drafted, the committee accepts it as a friendly amendment.
Thank you.
Okay. Question for the House is the adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Oppose? The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. Are there any additional? No, we don't need that. Huh?
Senate bill is on third reading and final passage.
This?
Huh?
Senate bill 828 is on third reading.
We already did it.
Madam Speaker,
Yes.
move the previous question on the bill, please.
All right. Senate bill. Question for the House is the previous question. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. The previous question has been adopted. Clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone care to change their vote?
Madam Speaker?
Yes.
To explain my vote,
Explain
please.
your vote.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm voting green on this because I never want to have another incident like happened to Mr. Garcia recently here in Maryland. Thank you.
Clerk will call.
Madam Speaker, may I
Yeah.
explain my vote? I want to set it straight for this body that I live in Frederick and that I am very thankful for this bill because the people in my community have been afraid for far too long. And I know that many of you have had individuals from Frederick who have come here day after day after day to meet with you because innocent individuals have been harassed and had ICE knocking on their door or arrested even though they are government employees, they are innocent. And so I am very thankful for this bill. And I am thankful to everyone in this body who has voted for this so that we can get rid of 287G, who has scared our community. Thank you.
Madam
very
Speaker,
much.
to explain my vote.
Clerk will take the call.
Madam Speaker, really?
Yes, really. Yes, there's 98 votes in affirmative. Senate Bill 828, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Clerk will read next bill.
Senate Bill 1030, Baltimore County and Baltimore City vehicle laws, lighting on privately owned vehicles.
Is on third reading and final passage. Are there any amendments to the bill or to its title? Is there any debate? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone care to change their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. There be 136 votes in affirmative. Senate Bill 1030, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed.
Madam Speaker.
Vote change?
Yes, ma'am. It's SB 550 to read. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Vote change?
Yes, thank you. SB 259 to read.
Vote change?
Yes, ma'am. SB 259 to read. Thank you.
Vote change?
550 read. Thank you.
Okay. All righty. Any other vote changes? Okay. House Bill amended in the Senate, House Bill 1098. The clerk will read the bill and the Senate amendments.
House Bill 1098, insurance, automobile insurance, Maryland Automobile Insurance Fund, and affordability study. Amendment number 1.
Madam
Recognize-
Speaker.
No.
No. Motion not to concur. Move not to concur.
Okay. Motion for the House is to not to concur in the Senate amendments. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. The amendments are rejected. Clerk will read the message to the Senate.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, the House of Delegates refuses to concur in the Senate amendments and respectfully requests the Senate recede from its position. Should the Senate prefer a conference committee to confer on the disagreeing votes of the two houses, the House appoints Delegate Frazier Hidalgo chair, Delegate A. Johnson, and Delegate Pippi. Said bill is returned herewith.
Okay. House Bill amended in the Senate, House Bill 860. The clerk will read the bill and the Senate amendments. That's not that bill.
House Bill 860, public nuisance, common carriers, damage to public infrastructure. Amendment number 1.
Recognizing the committee chair.
Madam Speaker.
Yes. Committee vice chair.
Thank you, Madam
Committee
Speaker.
chair.
We move not to concur.
Motion for the House is to not to concur in the Senate amendments. All in favor signify by saying aye. Oppose? The ayes have it. Amendments are rejected. Clerk will read the message to the Senate.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, the House of Delegates refused to concur in the Senate amendments and respectfully request the Senate recede from its position. Should the Senate confer on a conference committee to confer on the disagreeing votes of the two houses, the House appoints Delegate Taylor Chair, Delegate Tomlinson, and Delegate Frazier Hidalgo. Said bill is returned herewith.
House Bill amended in the Senate, House Bill 1148. The clerk will read the bill and the Senate amendments.
House Bill 1148, Homeowners and Renters Insurance Lapses in Coverage, Prohibition on Denial, Amendment number 1.
Recognizing the Vice Chair of the committee.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Move to not concur.
Motion for the House is to not to concur in the Senate amendments. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Amendments are rejected. Clerk will read the message to the Senate.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, the House of Delegates refuses to concur in the Senate amendments and respectfully requests the Senate recede from its position. Should the Senate prefer a conference committee to confer on the disagreeing votes of the two houses, the House appoints Delegate Weivel Chair, Delegate Shee, and Delegate Ampry. Said bill is returned herewith.
Message from the Senate, House Bill 292. The clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 292, Cooperative Housing Corporations, Condominiums, and Homeowners Associations, Funding of Reserve Accounts and Preparation of Funding Plans, Amendment number 1.
Clerk will read the message from the Senate.
Ladies and gentlemen of the House of Delegates, the Senate does not recede in the Senate amendments and agrees to a conference committee to confer on the disagreeing votes of the two houses. The House has appointed Delegate Holmes Chair, Delegate Stewart, and Delegate Naraki. The Senate appoints Senator Walt Stryker Chair, Senator Henson, and Senator West. Said bill is returned herewith.
Concurrence calendar number 23. Clerk will read the bill and the Senate amendments.
Household 1378, Civil Actions, Child Sexual Abuse, Amendment number 1.
Recognizing the committee chair.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd move that we concur with the Senate amendments. The Senate amendments to the legislation address a technical issue that occurred. We passed amendments out of the House that were adopted on second reader. One part of the amendments did not get printed in the third reader copy of the bill. We passed the bill without anybody catching that, apparently. It was caught in between the House and the Senate. They made the appropriate technical change. It would, if it were allowed to remain, it would have lowered the cap for people injured in a public institution for events that happened in the future from today, which was not our intent. It was not our intent to deal with future cases. So I'd ask the body to move to support concurring with the Senate amendments.
The question for the House is to concur in the Senate amendments. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Folks, this is your last chance to prevent this unconstitutional bill from passing. This bill is going to court. This body is passing another bill that I will stand up with the I told you so caucus and let you know we again passed something unconstitutional knowing that it was going to end up in court. And I will tell you why. When we passed and the governor signed the 2023 CVA, we created a vested right for the victims of child sex abuse. This is a taking away of that right. That right included a per occurrence opportunity to litigate their cases. This bill, as amended, takes that right away. We will be in court. We will spend taxpayer money to defend this unconstitutional piece of legislation. It will be overturned, likely immediately enjoined, overturned, and not only will we still pay out, God willing, to all of the victims of child sex abuse at the hands of the state of Maryland, but we will also incur all of the legal fees associated with trying to defend a bill that is patently unconstitutional. So I will again be red, and I would really encourage the body to dig deep in their souls and vote red to support victims.
House Bill 1378. Yes, what is it?
I'd like to speak on the bill if that's okay, Madam Speaker. Thank you. So the first time we've actually seen fiscal responsibility is when we get to take the rights away of children who've been sexually abused and or raped by agents of the state. The governor's motto is leave no one behind. We're leaving these folks behind today. So that's why I'll be a red today.
Down here. House Bill 1378 is on third reading and final passage. Clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone care to change their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. There being 92 votes in the affirmative, House Bill 1378, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed.
Madam Speaker, vote change, please.
Yes, get it up here.
Thank you. I'd like to be read on Senate Bill 259, please.
Madam Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you. Red to 259 as well. SB 259.
Yes. Yes.
SB 259 red. Thank you.
Yes.
SB 259 to red, please.
Yes.
SB 259 to red.
Yes.
SB 259 to red. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Are you standing?
House Bill 1378 from yea to nay.
Okay.
Madam Speaker, Senate Bill 259, change my vote to red. Thank you.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, Senate Bill 259 to red, please.
Madam Speaker.
Yes.
House Bill 1030 to yay. Thank you.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, 259 red. Thank you.
Any other vote change? Yes.
Madam Speaker, SB 259, I'd like to stay green. Thank you.
All right. Any other vote changes?
Madam Speaker,
Yes.
SB 259 red, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yes.
259 to red, please.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, 259 to red, please.
Any other vote changes? Okay. That ends the work at the desk. Committee announcements, appropriations. Appropriations.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Appropriations Committee will not meet. Thank you.
Judiciary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, sorry, but the House Judiciary Committee will have a brief voting session beginning at 3:30.
Environment and Transportation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The House Environment and Transportation Committee has no current plans to meet.
Ways and Means.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Ways and Means Committee will not be meeting.
Economic Matters.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The House Economic Matters Committee will not be meeting.
Health and Government Operations. Health and Government Operations.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Health and Government Operations will not be meeting today. Thank you.
Okay. Any subcommittee announcements? Any delegation announcements? Any caucus announcements? Yes.
Madam Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you. Colleagues, the House Democratic Caucus will be meeting at 10:15 on Monday in the Prince George's County Delegation Room. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay.
Madam Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, time has arrived. Time has arrived, ladies and gentlemen. Monday, Sixth Circuit Caucus will convene all day and all night. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker.
Yes.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. On behalf of the April Birthday Caucus, permission to use the delegates' names.
Permission granted.
Okay, on behalf of delegates Allen, Austin, Arentz, myself, Mangione, Martinez, McComas, Palakovich, Carr, Phillips, Ruff, I can't read my writing, Solomon, Solomon, White Holland. Plus, we have 2 new honorary members, delegates April Miller and April Rose. They weren't born in April, but they have great first names. And so we urge you to take yourself a cupcake from our favorite local bakery, Growls. And in concluding, I want to say this is not just for the April birthdays, but for those 75% of the members in this house who were born outside of the 90-day session. Woo! Thank you. Thank you.
All righty. Recognizing the protocol chair. Protocol chair. To thank the pages.
All right. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Come on down, you sunshines. You've been great. Come on down, you've been great. Good grief. Boy, hey. Oh my God, y'all have been wonderful. Thank you. You have worked very, very hard, and we do thank you, and I hope that at least 1 or 2 of y'all will be coming back on Monday. Good day to come back. Okay, what can I say? See how much that everybody loves y'all? And we thank you so much for all the work you did for us for the 6 days you were here. 6 days, correct. Okay, so I hope to see you back on Monday. Thank you very much. I just have a little short announcement. I'm going to be brief. You can leave. Okay. All right, you nice delegates. Monday is the last day of session, which is sine die. Okay, I want to know, y'all have been good, and I still have 14 people who was not very good to me. But it's okay because Delegate Turner still love you. I want you to know that. Okay, but I want all the ones that can get up early in the morning. I told y'all that at 7:30 to 9:30 is we're going to have egg omelet station, 4 of them. Please come. And at 12 o'clock, you're going to eat your hearts out. And we're doing something very we have made history. In the 19 years I've been here, we have never had sine die here during the daytime. So everybody will be able to come. Okay, I want you to be there. If you can't come and you don't want to stay, I got tables set up for all of you to sit down and eat your hearts out. Now, all you wonderful people that are not going to be wearing those wonderful what kind of suckers did you say? Okay, suits. Our colors are yellow and black. Wear that, you'll see a lot of that when we have it down in 180 and 170. We will have a great time, music and eating and whatever, and your staff can be there too. And I want you to know, let you know to tell them all, please come. This is going to be exciting. I did my best, Madam Speaker. I want everybody in here. I thought about everyone, and I tried to make sure I took care of everybody. So, but Madam Speaker, thank you for giving me this job as your protocol chair. And I love my sunshines, and I'm going to do something for them as well. I love them so much on Monday. Okay?
All righty.
All right. Thank you very much, y'all. Thank you for having me.
Shirley, I know you want to get your slips up, but we have a brand new caucus.
No, it's been around for years. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Are you going to say it, or you want to?
Go ahead, a brand new caucus, ma'am.
Gee, I don't know now when I'm.
I did.
Brand new caucus, and it's called the Sunny Tie Caucus.
Correct. There you go, just like that, right there. You never wear the same tie 2 days in a row. We have a lot of legislative days on Monday. Prepare to bring an extra tie or two and change it after each one. Non-gender specific. We have had other participants than men in the past. Welcome aboard.
Okay. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the chair of the Vote Slip Caucus, I've got a vote change on SB 259 to red.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Republican caucus will meet 10 a.m. on Monday in room 145, 10 a.m.
Madam Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a late breaking announcement. The Public Health and Minority Health Disparities Subcommittee will be meeting at 9 a.m. on Monday on Zoom.
Okay. Any other caucuses? Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and colleagues. Just on a little bit of a somber moment here, but I just wanted to announce that last night, Armstead Jones passed away. He served as director of Baltimore City Board of Elections for nearly 18 years, so we really thank him for his service and just want to take a moment to think about his family and keep him in our thoughts and prayers. Thank you.
Okay, no one else? Then quorum call.
Madam Speaker.
Has everyone recorded their presence? Clerk will take the call. There being 135 members present, the House is still in session, recognizing the majority leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the House stands adjourned until Monday, April 7th at 11 o'clock a.m., legislative date March 23rd.